Race cars start up, and we have our first pair coming round the corner for eliminations here at Sandipod Raceway. Good morning to you all. Here we go then. It is Springspeed Nationals. Let's get this show on the road. Good morning on the bank in. There's a few of you up there. Give us a wave. Lets us know that you can hear us. And on the grandstands, good morning to you. So it's Modustang Pro ET. It is round number one, and it's Dave Rudd taking on Alan Medley. Dave Rudd did actually message me last night. Obviously, he's in the car now, so he's not going to hear this one, but it's more for everybody else. Dave Rudd is after an SFI 15.2 race suit for a slim chap, as he puts it. So if anybody's got one, please let Dave Rudd know. So SFI 15 suit. 5'11", slim build. I like the way you put that. So Dave Rudd dials in 9.70. Al Medley dials in 10.69. Green lights both sides of the racetrack. Now Al Medley out in front. Dave trying to close him down. And Al Medley takes that one at 10.85 to lose out 10.17. But Dave Rudd has 0.04 reaction time. Just the car wasn't going quite as quick as he wanted it to. So well on to well, he's through. Next up, it is Marie Mills with the little Ford 23 Roadster taking on Lee Huxley with his Ford, but this time it's the Dark Horse Mustang. Dial in 10.50 for Marie, Lee dialing in 9.56. And Lee Huxley takes that one with a 9.62. Lose out 10.55. In effect, actually, a whole shot win. So Lee Huxley through to round number two. Lee Morris and Bob Molden up next. Lee Morris dialing in 10.20 with the Jag. And it's Bob Molden, 9.42 with a white noise Peugeot 205. Green light drag race, good to see that. I want to go out onto a red round one eliminations. That does happen though. So up to the stripe they go, and it is. Oh, it's a breakout for Lee Morris. He got there first, and he had 1400s in the bag in reaction times. But it's Bob Molden who takes it, 9.43 on a 42. So Bob dodges a bullet there, goes into round two. Lee Morris is out. Neil Watkins and Brett Featherstone up next. Neil, number 2 qualifier. And he was a DNQ a few weeks ago. And flipped the tables round. Brett Featherstone was number 1 qualifier at the Easter meeting, and he's qualified number 14 for this one. But it's all about the racing now. The dial-ins then. 11.25 for Neil. 9.61 for Brett. So Neil out in front, Brett trying to chase him down. And it is Neil Watkins taking that one. It was a breakout for Brett, but it's a 0-1 light for Neil. Really helped as well. Brett had to overtake to make sure he took the striping effect there, but in doing so he broke out. So it's Neil Watkins going through. And that's actually the points leader on the trailer. Dave Cherrett and Mason Griffiths. 9.95 plays 9.19. Dave Cherrett believing first with the Dark Revenger, and then it'd be the Appliance Dragster chasing him down. heading up to the stripe. They look like a neck, and it is Dave Cherritt that takes one. Takes the win there. Breakout for Mason Griffiths. Mason got there first, but broke out, went too quick. So it's Dave Cherritt that goes through. Dan Fulton and Mark Huxley. Mark having a great weekend so far. Qualified in the number 3 spot. Set a new PB of 9.93 with the car. Car is very sorted indeed. Dan Fulton, though, having a great time with the Firebird. His first full season of racing this year. And, well, considering he's part of the Fulton Massive, you couldn't tell it was his first full season. Darling's End, 10 flat. Mark Huxley, 10-10. Dan Fulton. (10-12) takes the win on a 10.04 lose out. A 10th in the bag in reaction time. So Dan Fulton goes through. Very well judged run indeed. Mark Huxley 10.04 and a lose out there. Alan Schofield with the Scud Dragster, double classing this weekend, going alongside Pete Dodd, who's also double classing. So Pete Dodd is also running in Nostalgia Superstock, and Alan Schofield with the Scud Dragster running in a Super Comp. But they meet here, round 1 in Pro ET from Modgestang. That's Mike Lacey's company. Mike on the start line there, behind the 67 Camaro. Lovely wheels up launch there for Pete. Neck and neck at the stripe, and it is Alan Schofield who takes that with a 9 flat. Pete Dodd loses out with a 9.17. The win margin 0.019. Very, very close indeed. But it's, Alan Schofield we'll see in round 2. Right, the 2 junior comp dragsters. We got Will Clark and Nick Mugridge. Right, so you can tell them apart. Will Clark is in the Auto Glim lane. He's got a dial-in of 9.83. Nick Mugridge, 10.55 in the Kestrel Beer lane. Oh, unfortunately, Nick goes red. So it'll be Will Clark that takes the win. Do you know what? Nick Mugridge couldn't care less. The car was working brilliantly on that one there. A 10.12. Well on, lads. Even though it was a lose out, doesn't matter. Got the car sorted. Jeff Cowley and John Bean up next. John Bean with the Mustang, qualified with 9.49. Dials in 9.53. He was in the number 4 spot. Jeff Cowley, back to the 9.30 that he knows and loves. He was in the number 16 spot after qualifying, but say qualifying doesn't matter anymore. It's all about the racing now. The winner goes through to round 2. The loser basically puts it on the trailer and gets ready to go home. 3 counts them down. Green light drag race. And that's John Bean taking the win there with a 9.64 to a lose out 9.25 breakout. Jeff. So John Bean through to round number 2. Amy Watkins taking on the number 1 qualifier, Ronnie Mercer. So Shane bringing Amy up to the line. Once again, big thanks to Amy Watkins for the additional supplies, shall we say. They went down a treat, they did. Thank you very much indeed. Oh, problems for Ronnie off the line. Don't know what happened there. Amy powering off into the distance. And does click it slightly early there. Thought she was going to go too quick and break out then. Harrison's like going, oh my God, lift, lift, lift. But she did right at the end there. 9:55.129 takes the win. But breakage for Ronnie. Very, very unusual for Ronnie to have an issue on a run like that. He's got the car running, I think. Yes, he has. Right, okay, so Ronnie's going to take it to the top end. Unlucky there for Ronnie, but it's Amy that takes the win. We'll see Ronnie back in 3 weeks' time for Door Slammers and main event and Nostalgia Night. He's going to have a very busy few weeks towards the end of May. The Rattler, that is Dan Holloway. This lovely little auto, dialing in 9.17. Going alongside Andy Garnett with the Millennium Hawk. The Tesla with all the ones. Yep, 11.11 or 11.11, whichever way you want it. And do you know what? He qualified 11th as well. Is that an omen? So Dan doing all he can to close down on the Millennium Hawk Tesla, and has he done it? He's done it, yes he has. 9:19 on a 9:17. Andy Garnett actually got there second and lost. It was an 11:08 breakout on an 11:11. A very good package indeed there for Dan Holloway. An 03 light and just a 200ths off his dial-in. So well done to Dan Holloway. Right, last pair in Pro ET from Modjestang. It's Dave Fulton taking on Tom Kay. Dave dialing in 9:54 with that gorgeous Nova, taking on Tom Kay with that Junior Comp Dragster, the third one that we've seen today. One of them's through. It's in Will Clark. One of them's just had one of its best ever runs for Luke Mugridge. Let's see how Tom gets on. He dials in 10.2. He'll be leaving first. Tight at the stripe, and it is Tom Kay that takes that one. 10.26 on a 20. Well, Dave Fulton got there first, but broke out big style. And his reaction time, well, we could measure that on a calendar. Not what Dave wanted. But nevertheless, the car is working superbly. So he'll get that back to the pits, get it all checked over, loaded up. Oh no, tell a lie, he's double classing. But expect to see a very busy end of May for Dave Fulton, as he'll be doing the Door Slammers and main event as well. So that's a wrap for Pro ET. Matchups for round two. Amy Watkins will be taking on Tom Kay, you just saw there. John Bean will be taking on Will Clark. Neil Watkins has got Alan Medley. Bob Molden is taking on Dan Holloway. Dan Fulton has got Dave Cherritt. And Lee Huxley taking on Alan Schofield. So that's your matchups for round number two. It's going to be Super Pro next for the Pete Nee Memorial Trophy. And whilst we're waiting for that lot together, let's update you on the Pete Nee Memorial Super Pro ET. Now then, off the trailer, number one award was 50 quid. I'm not quite sure if you got that, but number one qualifier overall, and took the £100 as well. AC Bell. So congratulations to AC. Now the interesting one, we've got the Bounty Hunter Award, and that is set at £50 today. It's an additional one, if you like. And whoever knocks out the last event winner. Now, the last event winner was Joe Kellett. So let's see who has got Joe in round number 1. It's Lee. So Lee Darby with the DKM instruction pickup. If he can beat Joe, gets an extra 50 quid. So it'll be interesting to see what happens with that pairing. Super Pro ET sponsors for 2022. JK Technic, BG Motors, Joe Kellett Racing, Harry's Coachwork and Pit Equipment, Pete Walters Race Design, RW Services, Giles and Hartley Racing, A Leak Roofing, Garage Thomas Haas, The Bath Bloke, AJS Bodyworks, Rusty Dog Racing, Alders Automotive, HR Racing, Hydra Hose, Ultra Plastics, Good Vibration Motorsports, Team Time is Money, Hauser Racing, Windscreen Wizards, another small F Limited, Solo Precision, Premier Rosettes, Fenny Racing, Copyprint Depot, Swinney and Son, Boost Monkeys, Pragmatis Limited, P Lane Racing, and Holly Walters Dental. Now you'll notice a lot of those sponsors are actually the racers in the class with their own businesses, so massive thanks to them. And obviously we've got a few companies that like to chip into the pot, and we really do thank all of them as well. So a very strong sponsorship package for Super Pro ET, and it's the trophies that they give throughout the season themselves. Like at Springspeed, we've got off the trailer the #1 overall best losing package in eliminations, 300 quid and a trophy for that one. So it just goes to show, even if you get eliminated or something happens and you don't win the event, you can still win some serious money and some nice silverware as well. So the Super Pro Championship contingency sponsorship awards, if you like, very, very strong indeed. Right, a few more cars appearing in the lanes after Super Pro ET. We'll just give you a little bit of a rundown on what's occurring. It is going to be Junior Dragster, followed by Sportsman ET, then ET Bike. Then it'd be VW Pro, VW Sportsman, and 850 bikes. So, and then of course the rest of the classes follow on after that. Other updates to give you. Don't forget, in 3 weeks' time it is VW Breakout, Transit Mania, and of course Door Slammers. It's 3 events rolled into one, so the site does get very, very busy indeed. But it's the Door Slammers that will be the main feature of the racetrack, of course. It's time to get your entries in, folks. Hopefully those of you that are here this weekend that have got door cars will be taking part in Door Slammers. Get your entries in. Some serious prize money up for grabs this year, and it's a cracking event. It's a real happening. The buzz that goes around. Those that have competed at Door Slammers before really do appreciate that it's a full-on exciting meeting. You got round 1 buybacks in the big bracket. It's just an absolute awesome event. And then, of course, you literally have a 2-day break, and then you're back up here on the Wednesday afterwards for test day. And that leads us into the main event, which is the last weekend of May. Normally bank holiday, but things have been shuffled around this year because of the Queen's Jubilee. So it's not a bank holiday. So the Sportsman Day is on the Thursday, and then the Pro Days are Friday, Saturday, and then eliminations on the Sunday. Then we have like 3 days, if you like, because then it's back up here again on the Thursday, which is a bank holiday. Don't forget Jubilee week in the first week of June for the setup, and then it's Friday for the Nostalgia Nationals. So a 3-day event to take us into June. So really looking forward to some awesome weekends coming up. There is still things going on here. You've got the Vauxhall show and other things going on before we get to those big meetings. So please visit santapod.com, look at all of the dates on there, pick the ones you want to come to, get your tickets earned early, get yourselves some time off work and come up here. Just looked at the monitor actually. Can I please have Junior Dragster into the pairing lanes? Can I please have Junior Dragster into the pairing lanes, please? Also, other news to bring you up to date on. The Pod Shop. Had my first proper visit to the Pod Shop yesterday. Should have gone in there at Easter, but we were rather busy. It was a bit of a full-on event. And to say that the work they've done in there is absolutely outstanding. You don't recognise the place at all. Very, very smart in there now. And they've also got the FIA merchandise in there available to pre-order. That is due to be released at the main event. And you've got your hoodies, your polo shirts, soft shell jackets, you've got fleeces, and pop in there, have a look at the new range. You can get your forward orders in. I'd imagine they will be extremely popular indeed. Good colour scheme this year as well. It's the main key colour on the polo shirts is green this year, but the soft shell jacket and fleece looking very, very smart indeed. So look out for those appearing on many people's backs as they keep themselves warm, or they just want to look cool as they go from the main event onwards. So look out for that stuff as well. Also loads of stuff in the pod shops as well. I'll tell you what, whilst we're waiting for more cars to appear, going to give it over to Nitro FM 96.2. We'll take it back with a continuation of eliminations, and it will be Super Pro ET, the next class to come round. Do you know what? I knew that was going to happen. I knew that was going to happen. I did all the big spiel, then I thought, right, I'll take a breather, get a quick drink, and as soon as I put the headset down, the engine started up. But never mind. We'd rather have racing than anything else. Right, Super Pro ET eliminations, round number 1. It is Dave Russell, the van with no name, taking on Alan Didwell with the Dragster. So Dave Russell has been campaigning this van pretty much since I started commentary here. So it's got to be about 13, 14 years now. Got alongside Alan Didwell with the S&H Racing Dragster. Dial in for Alan is 7.64. Dave Russell, 8.77. Well, race on here as they head towards the stripe. Alan Didwell trying to close him down, and he's done it. 762 on a 764 is a breakout, but Dave Russell broke out by a bigger margin. He went 870 on a 77, so that's 700ths breakout. He did have 200ths in the bag on reaction time, but basically got there too quickly. Broke out big style. Alan Didwell takes the win. Pete Walters with the reloaded Dragster taking on Mark Turner with the Supra. Mark Turner would love to continue the form he had at Easter. He made it all the way through to the final. So he is, in effect, number 2 in the championship points chase. So, Pete Walters, though. So Darling's in 8:43, place 7:58. Mark Turner will be leaving first. Big purge of nitrous there. So Pete chasing Mark down here. And it is Pete that takes that one. 760 against a lose out and breakout 842. Basically, there's nothing Mark Turner could do there. Pete Walters, a 0-1 light and 200ths off his dial-in. That is an excellent package there. And so well done to Pete Walters, through to round 2. Right, on a bye run then, AC Bell. Absolutely perfect in qualifying yesterday, dialed an 878 and went 878 with a 0. Dialed in this morning, 877, so in effect it is a tune-up run for him. Let's see how he gets on. Well under Pete Walters, a 300ths of a second package there. 0-1 on the light and 200ths off. Nicely done, Pete. AC charging up to the finish line. 877 is the target, and he gets an 879. Nicely done. Mark Bailey going to be taking on Ian Brown. Well, I'll rephrase that. Should have been taking on Ian Brown. But no sign of him in the lane spawn. I know they're having all sorts of issues in the pits, trying to get all things buttoned up. Did have the car in pieces on Friday, but obviously not able to get the car down to take round 1 today. So it's going to be a solo then for Mark Bailey. 873 is the dial-in. 874 with an 8, he'll take that one. Nice tune-up run for him. Right, Nick Good and Joe Kellett. Battle of the Dragsters. So just waiting to see what the dial-ins are. They'll both be in the 7s. 7.40 for Scott Hauser, 7.47 for Nick Good, so 700ths of a second difference on the tree. So this will be pretty much side by side most of the way. Depends who's braver at the stripe. Both capable of cutting a good light, both capable of winning. So Scott Hauser with the Hauser Race Cars built car. Built by that man beside the car, that's Jeff Hauser. Nick Good for Lucas Oils. One of a stable of cars that he's got. I believe at the main event there'll be the blown dragster that's coming back out. Oh, Nick Good goes red. So it's going to be Scott Hauser taking the win. It was only an 0-1 red, but red is a red. And a good run there from Scott. In actual fact, it was double red. Yeah, a double red actually, but because Nick's was first, the win automatically goes to Scott. Even though Scott's red was 0-3, it's just the way it is. So well done, Scott. He's through to round 2. Bob Doyle and Jack Brewster, your next pair. Bob with the ZK starting at 865. Jack Brewster with the Firebird 7.2. So Bob will be leaving first. Both in debris stage. Oh, Jack taking a couple of blocks en route, but Bob takes that with an 8.70. So Bob Doyle then going through to the next round. 107.60 foot for Jack. The car is going well. It's just pulling to the left, and nothing that Jack could do to prevent the car from taking the blocks and crossing the centre line there. But they'll get that sussed. It's a good team. It's a great car as well. And they'll get it sussed out. Morning, Callum. How you doing, mate? You all right? Good to see you down there. And good morning to all our photographers, actually. I haven't got a huge amount of them here today, but I know Julian's around. And obviously Ian Blackett from Blackett Photography will be here as well, catching absolutely everything. Yeah, morning, Jules. And our other photographers as well. Do a great job. And capturing all the images of this fantastic sport of ours. Next up then, Phil Toppin and Colin Morris. Well, Phil Toppin with the Corvette there. And a good strong burnout, but the car didn't really want to get going to start off with, but it seems okay now. Colin Morris coming up to the line in the Autoscale lane. Dial in for Colin, it's 8.93. For Phil, it's 8.75. So good to have the Morris boys back after a couple of seasons out. Phil Toppin in chase mode. And that was pretty much Colin Morris all the way there. 8.94 and a 93 and an 02 light. Phil Toppin had to break out there. 8.69 and he got there second. Colin Morris on awesome ball there. Brilliant matchup this one then. Daniel Giles with the Giles and Hartley Dragster taking on Rocket Ron Bartlett. Darling for Ron is 8.21. Just saw that as he went underneath the tower to do his burnout. As Daniel Giles brings the car back, that'll be somewhere in the 7.3s, and check on that. Yep, 7.38. Can I please have ET Bike into the pairing lanes, please? ET Bike, can we have you into the pairing lanes, please? So, bit of a marquee matchup, this one. Ron Bartlett was the better qualified car. He qualified in the number 2 spot. He ran an 8:21 in qualifying. Can he match it again? Can he cut a good light? He'll need to, because Daniel Giles is a tough customer to get around. They are the national champions from last year. Oh, it's a squeaker at the top end, and it is Ron Bartlett. Oh, what a package from Ron. A 0-2 light and an 8:21 with a 1 on 8:21 dialing. That is how you win races. Daniel Giles, 7:42 on a 38 and an 07 light. But it is Ron Bartlett that goes through. 02 light and bang on his dial. Couldn't ask for anything more than that. Right, Joe Kellett, the winner last time out, and he's got a £50 bounty on him. Now then, can Lee Darby take that bounty? Dial-ins then, Lee, 897. He's not on the nitrous, actually, the reason why Lee's truck has slowed up a little bit. Joe Kellett looking for a 753. Just one more pair to go after these two. Well, Joe's gone past Lee already. And Joe takes that one. 764 and an 03 light at 902. The run wasn't bad for Lee, but 0.47 didn't help him. Billy Gain and Callum Swinchat. Right, the winner of this one will be meeting Bob Doyle. Alan Didwell will be taking on Colin Morris. AC Bell will be taking on Pete Walters. Scott Hauser will be taking on Mark Bailey. And then a matchup of round 2, gotta be Ron Bartlett taking on Joe Kellett. And well, 2 reasons for that. A, we got the bounty, and B, whoever wins it gets a bye into the semis. Just the way it works out. So Billy Gain and Callum Swinchat. Billy dialing in 8:58, but it'll be Callum leaving first, 8.84. Oh, Callum goes red, so it's Billy Gain that goes through into round 2. 885 and an 884 dial-in as a breakout for Billy Gain. Callum is cursing under his crash helmet, shall we say. Okay, Lucas Oils, Junior Dragster, your next class. Some great matchups from the youngsters here. Lola Bell Kent, number 1 qualifier, gets a bye. She had 5 chances to get a good qualifier in. The first 4 she went red, but on the 5th one she went perfect, 002. And how about this then? The brothers taking each other on in round 1. Damien Redshaw and Harry Redshaw. It's just the way it happens sometimes. Harry Redshaw, number 1 on the car. Number 4 is where he qualified. Damien Redshaw qualified in number 15 spot. That's right. Where is his car? Can't see it. Oh, it's a solo for Damien. Well, cherry on the tree, doesn't matter on a solo. 8.56 is the darling. It goes 8.53, so slight adjustment for the next round. Katie Ellis and Freddie Taylor. Freddie Darling in 7.92, Katie Darling in 8.19. Katie will be leaving first. Green light drag race. And that is Freddie Taylor, 005 off the line. 07 for Katie. She goes 8.19 on an 8.19 dial, but it was the whole shot. And in effect, yeah, very little Katie could do about that one. 005 off the line. Well done, Freddie. Harley Coursell and Chevy Check It up next. Eight flat plays 8.95. Chevy will be leaving first. Oh no. You'll hear why I'm saying that in a moment. 8.01 for Harley Coursell, but Chevy Check It, perfect light. Wow. 0008 on the tree for Chevy Check It, but it is Harley Coursell that goes through. Oh. Harley wasn't bad with the 0.4, but that's two perfect lights in junior dragster this weekend. One in qualifying and one in eliminations there. Win margin was 0.3 at the stripe. Right, next pair, Daniel Weir, Kai Cooper. .804 plays 8.96. Oh, Kai goes red, so it's Daniel Weir that takes the win. .809 on 804. So a good little tune up there for Daniel. Liam McDonald and Grace Smith. You got the Boost Monkey Dragster, darling in 904. Liam looking for 868. Well, Liam out in front. Oh, but Liam breaks out, goes too quick. He had a 006 light as well. But it's Grace Smith that takes that one. She was bang on her dialing as well. 904 on a 904 dial. Liam McDonald, oh, unfortunate there. Had that in the bag, basically. But just got there too quickly. Next pair. Luke Mugridge taking on Jake Cooper. 7.90 for Luke, 8.95 for Jake. Ooh, almost both on the limits of class. Luke goes red, unfortunately, there, so it's going to be Jake Cooper that goes through into the next round. Goes through with the 9.13. Well, if you're going to lose, you might as well go out in style. Wasn't quite part of the plan, but there we go. Right, next up, this is a great matchup. This one, Luke Fulton taking on Mackenzie Love. Got a lot of respect for both of these young guys. They've both got huge futures in the world of drag racing. Goodness knows where their futures lie. But at the moment, they're both in junior dragster. Both got, I think, a couple of years left in it. Luke, winner of the COVID Cup. Mackenzie Love, winner of the Easter meeting. It's all about being the bravest at the stripe, and it will be Mackenzie. Oh, too quick for Mackenzie, an 8.36 on an 8.40. It's Luke Fulton that takes that one. He's bang on, 8.19 with a 3. So it's Luke Fulton that is through. Mackenzie Love out in round 1. Ellie Brown and Teddy Howe. Ellie darling in 8.10, Teddy 12.93. That's the difference between a junior stock dragster and a junior modified advance. Also tells you the age range difference between them. Teddy, age between the age of 8 and 11, and Ellie over the age of 14. Oh, neither of them wants to go in. They're both in pre-stage. There we go. Ellie goes in. There goes Teddy. Quite go the way that Teddy wanted it to do. So it's a freebie for Ellie Brown, as long as she doesn't break out. Stranger things have happened. Oh, no! Ellie Brown breaks out. She goes too quick. Teddy Howe takes the win. Oh, it's just one of those things. She'll never do that again. But it's always got to happen once. Teddy Howe, although he's just been pushed back, has taken the win there. Next up, Neve Deavy and Jessica Bishop. Jess was #1 qualifier going into that final session. But with Lola Bell Kent pulling that perfect reaction time out of the bag to take the #1 spot, push Jess down to #2. Going alongside Neve Deavy. So Neve off and running. Jess has got to wait, and off she goes. Ooh, this is good close. Neve got there first, but she broke out. Got a little bit too quick there. So Jess Bishop takes the win. But I tell you what, the Deavies enjoyed it. And good sportsmanship as well. All right, Jacqueline Bartlett and Ada Cassisi. The young ladies having a bit of a battle here. 7.95 the dial in for Jacqueline. Ada dialing in 9.88. So just wait for Jacqueline to go in. Ada's sitting there waiting patiently. So Ada will go first. Looking at 9.88. Off she goes. Jacqueline sets off in pursuit. And it is, oh, yeah, 200ths off there for Jacqueline. Nicely judged. Jacqueline Bartlett goes through to round 2. Ada goes 9.95. Right, next up then, the Bulldog Dragster. Teddy Sullivan going alongside Purdy Hadfield with Twister's Sister. 8.90, plays 8.03. It'll be Teddy leaving first. Ted goes red, unfortunately, so Purdy Hadfield takes the win. Did everything he could there. 8.06 on an 8.03 for Purdy Hadfield. Teddy Sullivan broke out big style there, 8.62. He's having issues all weekend long. But Purdy Hadfield takes the win. She's through to round number 2. Last one to go then, and it is the solo from Lola Bell Kent, your number 1 qualifier for West 10 Motorsport. Grandad Tony bringing Lola Bell up to the line, and Dad Kev just stood by the wall looking cool and a bit smug with his daughter, and why not? Morning to Shelley, I'm sure she's watching this from somewhere. Haven't seen her here today, but certainly saw her on the set-up day on Friday. But Lola Bell booking her spot in round 2. So Junior Jacks to round 2. Lola Bell will be taking on Freddie Taylor. Damien Redshaw will be taking on Jake Cooper. Luke Fulton will be taking on Jacqueline Bartlett. And then it'll be the Boost Monkey Dragster from Grace. I do love that car. Taking on Teddy. Jessica Bishop taking on Harley Corsell. And Daniel Weir taking on Purdy Hadfield. Right, we move on to Sportsman ET with Hutchinson and Dibley, the title sponsors of the class. Massive thanks to them. Ashley Simons taking on the Hulk MX-5. Steve Mellors. Right, let's have a look then. Dial-ins, 15.71 for Steve. He's going to be leaving first. 13.30 for Ash. Both into pre-stage. Oh, Steve Beller's got his nose out in front. Ash closing in, and it is Ash that takes that one. 13.40 on a lose out, 15.89. The win margin 0.02 of a second. Really, really tight at the stripe. But it was Ash that took that one. I think Steve may have just lifted at the stripe and Ash just nipped by. But very good racing between those two. Next pair, Troy Attree and Gary Lake. Troy with the Camaro, 15.7. Gary Lake with the Trans Am, 14.1. Oh, bit of a stumble there from Troy. Not quite sure what happened there. As Gary sort of pulls alongside and now shadows Troy to the stripe and takes that one. 14.38 to lose out, 16.27. So Gary Lake through to round number 2. Chris Cresswell with the Fiesta, taking on Clive Dandridge with the truck. Try and decipher that dialing. The dialing board, 13 point something, but the numbers have got a little bit transposed there. $13.26, there we go. It could have been anything. Okay, so Clive, 13.26. Chris Creswell, 15.5. The white Fiesta will be leaving first. Oh, and the white Fiesta will not be going into round two. Unfortunately, Chris puts a cherry on the tree. It was only a 0-1, but a red is a red, unfortunately. So Clive Dandridge with the truck will be going into round two. Goes 30, breaks out as well, but it doesn't matter. The red light already gave him the win. Felicity Gibbs taking on the number one qualifier there, Dominic Hensman. So be the Little Miss Rampage Mustang dialing in 7.14 going first, and Dominic's got to wait a fair old while. His dialing is 12.59. So Felicity gets the green, so it's all now down to Dominic. Oh, Dominic goes red. It's too much for Dominic. So Felicity Gibbs goes into the next round. Doesn't matter what Dominic E.T. appears. He was number one qualifier, but he's out. 12.41 was a breakout as well. Felicity Gibbs takes that one, and she's through to round number two. Not only that, she gets a bye. Chris Redshaw, Georgina Smith. Oh, Chris goes red, so it's Georgina with a freebie then. Chris Redshaw did actually take the perfect reaction time money, but obviously celebrated that a little bit too much, but it's a big red. Well, 0-3, and still a big red though. So Georgina takes the win. Oh, she's bang on though, 15.90. Pike's happy with that one. Well done, mate. Kev Slyfield and Holly Walters. Kev dialing in 12.68 with the Merc. Holly 15.5 with the Mustang. Well, the Merc closes in, but I think the Mustang may have done enough here. Indeed it has, 15.58. Holly Walters takes the win. Kev Slyfield lose out there, 12.87. Holly Walters will be facing Georgina Smith in round two. All right, time for the ladies to battle this one out. Jill Medley with the Cherokee, dialing in 12.47, taking on Kirsty Tram with the Mercedes, 14.17. Including this one, 3 pairs to go in Sportsman ET, and then it will be ET Bike. Both into stage. The tree counts him down. Kirsty sets off. Jill in pursuit. At the stripe it is. Kirsty Tram, 14.27 on a 14.17. Jill was closer, 12.48 on a 47, but Kirsty with a better reaction time takes that one by 0.3. Jane McCready below us with Ben's van. Taking on Tom Atkinson. Okay, so the track crew just done a little bit of a clean up in the alternate pit lane, very small around the start line area. So Jay McCready coming up to the line now then, sorry, coming up to the line then, 15.91 the dial in. Tom dialing in 12 flat. 3.91 second difference on the tree. That would be an interesting one here for Tom, because Tom is going to catch and pass Jane, but then he's got to back off. And breaks out. He took the strike by 0.1, but because Tom wasn't exactly razor sharp off the line, it was a 0.16 reaction time. Jane had a 0.8 and went 15.92. Tom got there first by 0.1, but in the process of doing so, broke out. Last pair, Chris Wynn with the little Alpha taking on Brian Huxley. The Focus Estate dialing 8.90. Chris dialing in a 15.83. Off Brian goes. Chris Wynn in pursuit. See brake lights coming on for Chris there. Oh, he put the brakes on too much. 15.98 is what he ran. And he had 8 hundredths in the bag. But the win margin for Brian Huxley taking it 8.93 was 0.3. So Brian Huxley through to round number 2. Right, next up then, it will be ET Bike. And just whilst the tractor's out there, maybe a quick message from Nitro FM, and we'll be back with you shortly. Right, so it's ET Bike up next then. And it's Michael Gooding and Jake Bowden. Right, dial-ins then, 8.92 for Michael, Jake 12.45. Michael's got to be very, very patient here. So Michael chasing Jake down then. They both went green. Jake looks like he's got his nose out in front and takes that one, 12.58 on a 12.45 dial-in. Michael Gooding, a second off what he normally runs there. So well done to Jake. Paul Adams and Dave Grundy. Dave Grundy leaving the line first in the Auto Glim lane, 10.69. And then Paul Adams, 8.92 his dial in the Kestrel Beer lane. And it's Dave Grundy that takes that one. Only just though. Win margin, 0.04 of a second. 10.83 beats him. Carl Hester and Travis Merritt. .90 plays 8.95, 1.95 difference between them on the start line. And it's going to be Carl going first in the Kestrel Beer lane. Well, Travis should go breezing by. He does. And takes that with a 9.33. Lose out there, 11.65. Alan Davis and Robbie Dobby. Fair to say, two seasoned campaigners. 11.99 for Alan, Robbie 10.45. Oh, well, that's Alan Davis, a spectator for the rest of the day. Red light on the tree, so it's Robbie Dobby that'll be going through. Robbie breaks out with a 10.27. Alan breaks out with 11.69. He breaks up by 3/10. Yeah. Both of them doing all they could to lose that one, but it was Robbie that gets the win, and he gets a bye into round 3. Peter Harrison and Patrick Merritt now. Green light drag race. Peter Harrison out in front, Patrick trying to close it down. And Patrick does. Oh, the win margin, 0.09. Helped by 0.1 light there from Patrick. Very tight indeed. All right, Gary Hester on a bye here from being the #1 qualifier. Dial-in of 8.80. That's 8.99. 9.50, the dial in for Blade King, taking on Scott Collier. Dial in for Scott, 9.70. So Blade out in front, Scott trying to close that gap down. And it is a double breakout. 12.32 and at 9.51 for Scott. Blade takes that one by breaking out the smaller amount, but I mean, both of them nearly breaking out by 2/10 there. Phil Pratt and Matt Jones. Good little match up here, actually. Matt dialing in 9.05, Phil 9.02. Well, didn't take much to work out who left first there. Big breakout there for Matt Jones, goes 8.90. Wow. But Phil Pratt takes that one, 9.07 on a 9.02. Right, Jan Kay with the Pink Lady taking on Anna Sasiak. The Rents go racing. 8.7 for Jane, 9.5 for Anna. And 9.51 on a 9.50 takes the winner to lose that 9.42, but both of them over 150 miles an hour at the stripe. But it's Anna takes the win. Right, we move on now to VW Sports, no, VW Pro, do apologise. First pair, Phil Blogg and Charlie Roberts. 12.10 the dial in for Phil, but it'll be Charlie going first with a 12.99 with the up. Oh, see Charlie just creep forward then. Left before the tube was activated in effect. Still going to get a time, but the win light already on for Phil Blogg. And Phil takes that 12.21. Ed Keach, your number one qualifier. And courtesy of being number one and an odd numbered field, he gets the bye. Dials in 11.95. Runs at 12.06. Good information for him. All right, Graham Fairhead up next, taking on Jonathan Newell. All right, the Lagster, the Cupra R, dialing in 12.1, but it's Graham Fairhead who's going to be waiting on that line. And he's got 0.8 of a second to hang around as his dial-in is 11.3. good little matchup actually. Graham looks like he's got his nose out in front, and he has. Goes 11.52 to take the win. Jonathan Newell goes 12.52. So well done to Graham. All right, Lee Caudry with the Seat taking on Jacob Bailey with the Jetta. Whoever wins this gets a bye in the next round. So in effect, 2 rounds on the line here. 9.99 the dial in for Jacob. Lee dialing in 12.3. Both in pre-stage. Jacob goes in, as does Lee. Oh. That was bizarre. Jacob Bailey, 10 flat on a 999 dial. Lee unfortunately just rolled the beam slightly there, but Jacob Bailey through. Jake Fronda and Ian Dale. 12.10 plays 11.10, so it's exactly 1 second that Jake's going to have to wait on the start line, and then he can set off in pursuit of the Beetle. And yep, Ian Dale gets there. 12.22 takes the win on a 12.10 dial. Jake Fronda a little bit off pace there. 12.15 on 11.10. Two pairs to go. Well, when I say 2 pairs, unfortunately, James Hodson did message me to let me know that he was broken. So it's going to be a solo then for Chris with the Green Goblin Beetle. Dialing of 12.50. Goes 12.90 and 110. Right, your last pair. Luke Stevenson and Paul Jackson. Well, both fair to say that both of them have been having some battles in the pits more than on the track recently. So the dial-ins then, Paul Jackson 990, Luke 950, 0.4 of a second head start to the VW Lupo. Well, that was a good little race, that one actually. 982 for Luke, taking that one to a lose out 10.30 at 142. The win margin for Luke Stevens there, 0.13. And I think Luke was backing off it at the stripe there. Right, on to VW Sportsman. Polly Judge with the Halfway to Hell Audi TT. And 12.75, which is exactly what he ran in qualifying. Dan Brioche with the Loco Polo. I am never going to call him by his real name anymore. I'm going to stick with Brioche. So Dan in pursuit of Polly. And a 12.77, nicely judged there by Dan. Takes the win to a lose-out 16.55 from Polly. So you're going to see the Loco Polo in round number 2. Next up, John Gallant with the Sirocco, taking on Paul Robinson with the Audi TT. Thank you very much indeed there, John. Let's put good morning Colin on the back window. Cheers, buddy. Tacker Cat time. So 17.95 the dial-in for John, 14.70 the dial-in for Paul. So they're both off and running. And it is Paul Robinson that takes that one, 14.86 to lose at 18.75. Reese Finney and Steve Metcalf, your next pair. Steve Metcalf, 16.7 with the Baja, 17.2 for Reese, a half a second. Steve Metcalf has to be patient for. Or as we know, in drag racing circles, 1 amber. Well, Steve's gone past Reese already. Reese got a few issues with the little Lupo there. So as long as Steve doesn't break out, he's fine. Well, 16.84 and a 16.70, bit of a squeaker. But he's through. Steve Metcalf taking the win. Right, pair of Beatles here for you. Emma Sadler with the Candy Queen, taking on Lawrence Clark with Thunderbug. 13.62 the dial-in for Lawrence, 15.5 for Emma. Both into stage, the tree counts them down. Pair of greens, which is good to see. Lawrence has already gone past Emma at half track. And you can hear him lift off the throttle there. 13.97 takes the win to a lose out 15.82. So Lawrence Clark through to round number 2. Martin Ayton with the Polo. Going alongside Jerry Sadler with the Beetle. Got all the graffiti on the back window of Martin Ayton's car. Grandad Broom Broom. Love Lexi. Good luck and all the messages. It's obviously Lexi wanting Grandad to win. Jerry Sadler with the Beetle dialing in 15.95. Martin dialing in 15.7. 0.25 of a second difference between them on the tree. Let's see who the bravest is as they go towards the stripe. Well, Jerry way out in front. $16.57 takes the win to lose that $16.89. So Jerry Sadler through to round number 2. Connor Jones and Darren Walsh, your next pair. 20 flat for Connor Jones with the White Pearl Beetle. And it's the Golf GTI Mark 1. Straight out of the 1980s. Used to have one of them. Great car. Time approaching 11 o'clock here at Xantipod on Bank Holiday Monday. Very good morning to you, those of you that are here obviously, and also those who are tuning in to the coverage at home via the internet. As Connor Jones sets off, looking for that 22nd ET, and also he wants the win light as well. But Darren Walsh is going to try and stop him, looking for that 16.74. 20.14 does the job for Connor Jones. He goes through. Oh, that was close. Darren Walsh, 16.75 on a 16.74 dial-in. But the reaction time for Connor gave him the win there. All right, Justin Foley and Hazel Carter up next. The dial-ins in, Hazel 1560, Justin 1533. Whoa, 1454 on a 1560 dial-in. That's a huge breakout. Well, Justin broke out as well. He went 1498 on a 1533. But by the lesser of the breakouts, Justin goes through. Andrew Bambrick and Laurie Anslow. 1366 plays 1555. The Lady Baja 2 Beetle cunningly disguised as a Skoda. We'll be leaving first. There he goes. Oh, Andrew goes red. So it's going to be Laurie with a win. Just a little bit of attention in the Autoglim lane as we await the next pairing of Alex Day, a number 3 qualifier, dialing in a 1346, which is what he ran in qualifying, taking on the Craw Dog, dialing in 1525 this morning. Still a bit of a concern in the Autoglim lane. Looks like they're going over the wall, so I think we're good. Okay, so, yep, bring them up to the line then. We're good to go. So, John Crawford and Alex Day. Round 1 eliminations, VW Sportsman. So, John Crawford out in front. It's Alex Day trying to close him down. John's on the brakes. Takes the win with a 15.31. Good job he did get on the brakes, actually. 75 mile out the stripe. 13.56 on a 13.46 lose out. So, it's John Crawford into round number 2. Carl Goldsmith and Lottie Bradford. Lottie's first weekend in competition in VW Sportsman, having had a very good career in Junior Dragster, culminating in a championship as well. Well done to Lottie. But now she's in VW Sportsman. Carl Goldsmith not in his usual golf. He's bought a Corrado out to play for this weekend. Yeah, Carl takes that one. 15.54 to a lose out 19.91. Bruce Harvey and Morgan Wilson, your next pair. So the Misdemeanor Havoc Beetle dialing in 17.7. But it's going to be Bruce going first with an 18.35. Oh, that was a little bit close, wasn't it? 1770 was the dial, 1770 was the number. Taking the win. 18.91 lose out there for Bruce, but well done to Emmy. All right, Phil Jones on a solo, courtesy of being the #1 qualifier. Dials of 15.45. And Phil goes through with a 15.30 breakout. Doesn't matter. Right, okay. Let's have a look around the corner to see what we got next. I think it's 850 bike. It is indeed. But just a little bit of track prep before they do that. The tractor just doing a bit of stuff. Nitro FM, if you could take the airways for a moment. Back with you when we continue eliminations here at the Springspeed Nationals. Okay, it is 850 bike for JKE Raceworks, Jake Michelle's company, and a huge field of 850 bikes this weekend. First pair, Stacey Reed. Taking on J Rowe. So 16 bikes qualified. The number 1 qualifier went 8.50. The number 16 qualifier went 8.95. Less than half a second covers the whole field in 850 bike. Whoever wins this one this weekend has earned it. Stacey Reed, qualified number 9, she won at the Easter meeting. J Rowe out in front, but that's the way he normally races. Stacey closing in. Stacey got her nose out in front. Oh, Stacey breaks out, goes too quick. J Rowe takes that one. They were basically identical on reaction times. But it's J Rowe through to round 2. Alan Morrison and Joe Elliott up next. Joe Elliott in the Autoglim lane on the BMW. Alan Morrison on the GSXR 1000. Green light drag race. Oh. Looks like Joe's got his nose in front. He has. Oh, he takes on the whole shot. 860 to a lose out 858. Win margin 0.01 of a second. Joe Elliott through to round number 2. Keith Wright and Andy Haley. Keith Wright made it all the way through to the final at the Festival of Power. Both away well. Andy's got his nose out in front. Can Andy hold on? Oh, Andy Haley goes too quick. 8:49. It's too quick for 8:50. So Keith Wright takes the win. Oh, as Daryl says, keep Andy away from sharp objects. 8:49 with an 8. It's too quick. He breaks out by thousandths. Not hundreds, but by thousandths. Oh. Gary Malone and Alex Gordon up next. Alex's first weekend in competition in 850 bike. Only licensed a few days ago. But he's been around drag racing forever. Both away well. Now then, can Alex Gordon take his first round victory? Or can Gary Malone put him away? Oh, it was close. 0-3 the win margin. Gary Malone is through to round 2. 8:55 beats an 8:66. But good reaction time for Alex on the line, though. Boy, done good. Jasmine Cordell taking on Dan Death. Only 0.06 of a second between these two in qualifying. As I say, an 850 bike, they were all in the 8s. Cracking launch for Jazz there. Dan's going to have to close down, overtake and not break out, and he's done it. 8:56 on a lose out 8:90, but Jasmine wide away club off the line. But it is Dan that goes through to round number 2. Paul Morris and Martin Hallett, your next pair. Just a little cheeky nitrous purge then from Martin. Just see the purge coming from the right hand side of the bike. Green light drag racing once again. Martin Hallett out in front. Paul White's going to really have to close it down at the strike. Martin looks over his shoulder. 8.51 on an 8.50. Very, very well judged indeed for Martin Hallett. Josh Stubbins up next, taking on your number 2 qualifier, Craig Wright. Joe Elliott awaits the winner of this pairing. .865 with a 9 takes the win from an 8.65 with a 7. Craig Wright, unfortunately, on the receiving end of an 07 reaction time from Josh Stubbins. So it's Josh that goes through. Well, no sign of Ian Critchlow, unfortunately, so going to be Jonathan Hines on his own. So a freebie, a tune-up run, an 860 at 161 miles an hour. Right, Super Gas for Tony Morris Carburettors, round number 1 of eliminations. Hopefully Tony's tuned in. It's Eliminations Day. Tony, obviously in Florida. Hope you're keeping well, mate. And this is Mark Huxley with the Can-Do 2 Reborn Corolla taking on Andy Dibley with the Magic Rat. They qualified number 2 and number 7. Dibley might have his nose out in front, and he does. 10.21 to lose out, 10.34. Both off the gas at the top end, but it is Andy Dibley that takes the win. Andy Harrison and Mark White, your next pair. Andy Harrison, a bit of a late night for him last night. Had the transmission in pieces, was robbing bits here, there and everywhere trying to get the car back together. So much so that Ian and Rory Hart on the team there, parts of Andy's gearbox actually came from the Hart's car. No issues really for Mark White, apart from trying to keep it in his lane. Does go a little bit skew whiff on the launch, but Mark knows his stuff. Oh, gets close to the apron again. Well, the 03 light tells a story there. 9.96 takes the win. A breakout 9.81 for Mark White. So Andy Harrison did his job on the line there. John Morton, winner a few weeks ago at the Festival of Power, taking on Dave Fulton. Now both of these guys have to slow their cars down to run 990. John Morton has a massive throttle stop. You'll see him launch, then the car will slow, then it will pick up speed. Dave Fulton, not quite sure how he does it yet actually. He only has to slow the car down by about 0.4 of a second. But it'll all become obvious when they do the run. Well, a visible difference in reaction times. It was a double breakout. Dave Fulton goes 9.89 with a 6, but John Morton there, 9.44. He got there first, but the 0.4 reaction time didn't do him any favours at all. So it is Dave Fulton that is through to round 2. Right, John Giles with the Tinky Winky Rogie Roadster. Did I just say that? That was a conversation from last night. John Giles with the Tactic Brogy Roadster taking on Tim's toy. That is the Chevy 55. Good race between these two. And a 994 takes the win. Tim Moore is through to round number 2. John Giles, 10-11. Right, last pair then. Colin Morris, who was absolutely perfect in qualifying, 9.900. And it's Bob Molden, his opponent here with a Peugeot 205. Don't forget, you've got added incentives from Tony Morris Carburettors. The winner's hat, its presentations. And good support from Tony Morris Carburettors indeed for the class. Hugely appreciated by all of them. And a 982 breakout. A little bit too much there for Bob Molden. 989 with the 7. It's Colin Morris that takes the win on the lesser of the two breakouts. And he gets a bye in round number 2. Right, UK Nostalgia Superstock with NEM Plant, your next class. Simon Rickwood and Don Scott, two stalwarts of the class. Donny running as quick as he ever has done, actually. Winding it back a little bit today, actually. 966. Simon Rickwood has certainly been quicker than 990 watch. The front wheels come up on the Nova. So you got a handle of using the wheelie bars nicely. Very tame indeed. Got them adjusted to perfection, I think, there. So Don out in front. And a double breakout, 982 and a 962, but by the lesser breakout, it's Don Scott that goes through to round number 2. Adrian Portelli taking on Chris Layram. 1078 from the Charger. 1258 from the Falcon. Winner of this takes on Don Scott in round 2. Green Light Drag Race. And it is Adrian Portelli, bang on there, 1078 on a 1078 darling. Defeats a 1275 from Chris Layram, so well on to Adrian. 1306 for Clive Dandridge with the truck taking on Chris Goodale, 1033 with a Camaro. Chris is the one that's got to be patient as Clive will disappear into the distance. And Chris will close him down. It's a good race, it's a good race, and it is a double breakout. And Clive has got the truck into the 12s, 1295, but a 1029 on a 33. Chris Goodale takes the win, as I say, lesser of the two breakouts. Stuart Thompson and Mick Sharp. The Duster darling in 985, the Dart 1064. Well, Kiwi almost alongside Mick, so just going to shadow him to the stripe. Takes the win, 997 to lose at 1057. Actually a breakout for Mick, but the half-second reaction time didn't help him either. So it is Kiwi that is through to round number 2. Bob Main and Alan Medley, your next pair. So good seeing Mick Sharp running that dart. Actually been admiring that car for quite a while through the pages of magazines and internet. Beautiful looking car, and first time I've seen it race this weekend. Off Bob Main goes with the Superbird, looking for a 13.39. Oh, doesn't matter what he runs now. Alan Medley goes red. Bob Main, the win light shining bright. Bob May breaks out by half a second there. He'll be delighted with that timing slip, 12.81. But the red light already gave him the win. Well done, Bob. Commiserations there. Ciao. Right, your number one qualifier. This is it. I'll be looking forward to this one, actually. Pete Dodd, your number one qualifier, taking on the number one man from last year in not only the Lifestyle Championship but in the National Championship as well. Dave Bilodeau, the Yorkshire Heavy, the challenger. Dave will be leaving first, dialing in 9.88. Pete Dodd will be trying to close him down, looking for a 9.15, and Pete really got a hand of the wheelie bars as well. Watch this. Oh, it was a bit tamer this time, actually. Very good racing prospect. And it is a double breakout. 9.81 for Dave Bilodeau on an 88. 9.14 for Pete Dodd on a 15, but by the lesser breakout, Pete Dodd takes the win. And he is through to round number 2. Whew, wow. Pretty full on that. Right, we move on to Comp Eliminator. And it has been a class of attrition. It really has this weekend. 10 cars put qualifying runs in, but and I know we've lost at least 3 or 4 of them. Robin Orthodox, who unfortunately has done an input shaft. Dave Smith, we know, has headed off back to base. Simon Crowley, unfortunately, suffered some damage, and he was packed up ready to leave yesterday. We're not sure of all the others at the moment, but we will see how it pans out. Just looking into the lanes, I can see 1, 2, 3. I can see 6 of them. So the first pair we're going to see, well, we're just going to have to see which way the pack shuffles it out, actually. But I'll give you the matchups anyway. Dan Williams with the Williams Brothers Racing Chevelle going to be taking on Kev Jenkins. Nick Williams with the Williams Brothers Racing Camaro taking on Dave Smith, but we know Dave's not here, so that's going to be Nick on a solo. Lloyd Perkins should be taking on Simon Crowley, but we know Simon is missing, so Lloyd Perkins will be on a solo. Spencer Tram with the third of the Williams Brothers entries going to be taking on Rob Smallworth with the Dirty Dog 55. And then Robin Orthodox, who we know he's missing, should be taking on Andy Hone with the Scorpio. We saw Andy put a run in yesterday, but we're not sure if he's made it down for eliminations yet. So we'll just have to see how it all pans out when the cars come around the corner. But the thing with Comp Eliminator, there's no dial-ins. It's you get a class index. You get an index for your car. And you can go under it, it doesn't matter. And I can't see Fred in the lanes unless he's... Oh, yes, he is. He's tucked in behind Nick, I think. So, first up then. That's going to be Lloyd Perkins coming round, and he's got a solo. So he should have been alongside Simon Crowley. Lloyd runs to the super modified index of 7.99. You can go under that, no problem. So, Comp Eliminator, supported by Trackworks. A massive thanks indeed to them for their support of the class. We've had additional support as well, actually, from Williams Brothers Racing and BSI Transport, another company that put some funds into the kitty at the Festival of Power, and a few others as well. But Very interesting class, this. The differences in combinations to get the numbers is quite staggering. So the sole man himself, Kev Perkins, out front, and it's Lloyd Perkins driving the Cutlass this weekend. Index 799. He can go as far under as he likes. He qualified with a 785. Good straight run. 790, 172 miles an hour. Right, this is the matchup then. It is Kev Jenkins with the Fraudster. And he's taking on the Williams brothers Chevelle, the #1 qualifier of Dan Williams. Wheelie bar set very high actually for Dan, but when he loads up the torque converter, you'll see that wheelie bar drop slightly. Interesting fact here, Neil Melliard, who's on the crew for Kev Jenkins there, does all the sign writing on the Williams brothers cars. Everybody helps everybody here in the world of drag racing. So indexes then 780 for Kev, Dan 1061. Dan qualified #1, went 9.8. Staggering run for him. So it will be the Chevelle going first and the Escort trying to chase him down. Big wheel stand coming up for Dan Williams. Oh, Kev goes red. Left before the tree activated, so it's a freebie for Dan. He's seen the wind light on already, so he's going to lift off. Indeed he does, coast through with 1175 at 79 miles an hour. No need to push the car harder than he needs to. Kev goes through with an 881. Right, Spencer Tram. And he is on a solo. No sign of Rob Smallworth, unfortunately. I know he had a few issues. I think they did a leak down test and found a slight issue with one of the cylinders, so I can't 100% confirm that. But Rob, I'm gutted for you, mate. All the effort to get the car to the track, and he doesn't want to play in eliminations. So Spencer Tram. Takes a solo and goes 1189. Right, well, the third of the Williams brothers cars, and it's going to be the third one through, should have been Dave Smith with the Jag in the other lane, but unfortunately we know Dave headed off home already, so it's going to be Nick Williams on a solo here. Index of 11.4. Oh, 3 light, nicely done, Nick. .1108 at 102 miles an hour, getting close to getting back in the tens again. 1087 was his qualifying number, but Nick has to be a little bit careful with that car because it's not the engine that it normally runs. We've got a 427 aluminium block engine that's having some repair work done at the moment, so that's the original numbers matching 396 that's in there, so it does have to be careful. No sign of Andy Hone either, so no Robin Orthodoxy, no Andy Hone. So Spencer gets 2 more buys into the final. Wow. Okay, Top Fuel Bike, round 1, eliminations. Steve Woollett on a solo here. So the dealer then, Steve Woollett. Well, made it to about 330 foot, but the bike was protesting underneath him there. Just wasn't running 100%. There goes 1061 at 76, but he's through to the final. So I'll get back to the pits, get it all checked out, have a look at the, well, I don't know if it's ignition or fuel delivery or whatever it was, but they know that bike very well indeed, but they are experimenting with a new fuel system on the bike. And if you don't keep trying to move forward, you sometimes end up going backwards, so they'll get it sussed. It's all about development. Neil Midgley and Al Smith. Neil Midgley, the pilot of this incredible top fuel bike, the second quickest fuel bike on the planet. So as Neil does his burnout, Al Smith fires up the rocket. Al does a shorter burnout. He doesn't need to go over the start line, so he lets Neil do his thing. Chris Hannon gives the thumbs up to the rocket team. So forget what these guys ran in qualifying, it's all about eliminations now. The winner of this goes into the final against Steve Woollett. Neil Midgley off on an absolute flyer here. 592. He clicked it earlier, only 199 miles an hour. Al Smith up in smoke off the line. It was a 60 foot of 1 second flat for Neil. 380. Get this, 380 at the 8th at 205. And at the stripe, Neil Midgley, 592, 199 miles an hour, taking the win there. Well done, Neil. Well done to Cannon Motorsports. And a great final in prospect then with Steve Woollett and Neil Midgley. As you say, up in smoke off the line there, eventually coasting through the quarter mile at 16.11 at 54 miles an hour. So top fuel bike final, Steve Woollett and Neil Midgley. Right, Super Street Bike, eliminations round number 1. So just a little bit of glue going down on the track. But outstanding racing so far today. Really, really good to see every rider and every driver really stepping up today. Tell you what, just a quick sponsor message for Nitro FM, as this is only going to be a very short break whilst a little bit of glue goes down. We'll be back in a moment with a continuation of the Springspeed Nationals. Well, we knew that was going to be a very quick break, so we managed to get one advert out. So it is Super Street Bike for Taylor's Trophy. Eliminations round number 1. 7 bikes put qualifying runs in. Number 1 qualifier gets the bye. Ross Morrison and Mark Hope, your first pair. Both of them went 7.2 in qualifying. Good little match-up between these two. Very good short numbers, but Ross Morrison getting quite close to the wall. Goes 7.10 in a lose out there. Mark Hope takes the win on the whole shot. 7.14, the win margin, 0.01. They both saved their best runs for eliminations. But it is Mark Hope that goes through to the semis. Margot Schmidt and Alan Morrison Jr. So Alan Morrison qualified number 2 spot with a 7.01, knocking on the door of the 6s once again. Great to see Margot Schmidt back with us as well. One of our front competitors unable to get over here due to the pandemic, but she's well and truly back now. 7.84, 1.92. Alan Morrison takes that one from a loser at 8.29. Alan just had to be a little bit respectful of the wall there. He didn't want to come off the throttle too much, but was getting a bit close to the wall. Oh, another cracking match up here. Jake Michelle taking on Mark Dainty. Jake ran a 7.08 in qualifying. Mark Dainty was flying yesterday. Yeah, just check out social media. Mark Dainty had both wheels off the track at an estimated 140 miles an hour. The front wheel came up and took the back with it. Oh, great race. Great race indeed. Jake Michelle, 7 flat at 2.04. Mark Dainty goes 7.15 at 206 miles an hour. One of Mark's better runs there, well done. But Jake Michelle, 7 flat. Oh, so close to getting in the 6s once again. The fastest man on a Super Street bike here at Santa Pod Raceway. He's not the quickest anymore. That record has gone elsewhere. But Steve Venables at the Festival of Power went 222 miles an hour in Super Street bike. It's not an official record because it was never backed up, but it is a track record. Steve Venables, what's he got for us then? Outstanding, 6.87, 216 miles an hour. Then through to round 2. Right, we move on to Super Comp. Eliminations round number 1. Well, we get to see the Scud Dragster again in Pro ET as it made it through round 1 of eliminations, but here it is for round 1 in Supercomp, taking on Leah Kellett, qualified in the number 2 spot. Be faster. When you say it quickly, be faster. The title sponsor for Supercomp this year. So no quicker than 890. All the cars run to the same index. Both away well. Who's the bravest at the stripe? Who's got the best tune-up? It is... Oh, 9-0 takes the win from a 905. Leah Kellett is through to round number 2. Well, Darryl Howells was your number 1 qualifier, 892. Going alongside Steve Field. Steve has a habit of just going for it, and he doesn't really mind what number appears. He qualified with a 926. He went, I think, 8-3 on one of his qualifiers. But he's here for track time, he's here for the experience, and he's just here to have a great time. And I totally respect him for that. But on any given day, he can run 8.90. I can't remember which event it was, but a couple of years ago he put a run in, and the car was all over the show. I don't think he got close to the wall, didn't touch it obviously, but the car was not behaving at all. When we went through the line, it went 8.90. So Darryl Howells and Steve Field. A pair of slingshot dragsters. Oh, they're both trying to run the number. And it's Darryl Howells who takes up at 896 with a lose at 926. So Darryl Howells through to round number 2. So Andy Clifford with Snake Eyes. Taking on Steve Hudson with the intravenous Ford Model T altered. Round 2, match up with Leah Kellett awaits the winner of this one. Green Light Drag Race, Steve Hudson and Andy Clifford. Steve way out in front at the moment. Oh! Perfect ET for Steve Hudson, 8.900. Done it again. I think he did that at the Festival of Power Eliminations, went perfect, but yeah, perfect ET for Steve Hudson. Any quicker than that, he'd have broken out and given the win to Andy Clifford. But Steve Hudson, he is on form this season, that's for sure. Last pair, Richard Tunstall and Paul Hudson. They got the Roadster taking on the Dragster. Pro ET round number 2 coming up next. A little bit of a concern for Paul Hudson, and to Tunstall. Got a little bit confused then. Anyway, we'll reset them. Oh, it's a red light for Paul Hudson, 003 red. So the automatic win, Gunnar Richard. Breakout for Richard, went 300s too quick. Doesn't matter, the win light was already on in his lane. So Richard Tunstall through to round number 2. Mojistang Pro ET, round number 2. And it's Bob Molden taking on Dan Holloway. The Rattler dialing in a 9.15. Bob Molden with the white noise Peugeot 205 dialing in 9.43. Green lights both sides of the tree, so who's going to be the bravest at the stripe? It is Dan Holloway taking the win there, 9.17 on the 15. Bob Molden got there second and broke out, tells you the story there. A cracking light there for Dan Holloway. Aids his journey to the next round. Right, Dan Fulton taking on Dave Cherritt. Dan sticking with the 10-10 dial in. Dave Cherritt dialing in 9.90, just 0.2 of a second between them on the tree. Green light drag race once again. And it is a breakout for Dan Fulton. He breaks out by 0.05 of a second. So it's Dave Cherritt that takes the win. 9.94 and a 9.90 through to round 2. John Bean taking on Will Clark. John with the Mustang dialing in 9.54. Will with the Dragster 9.83. And the win light goes to John Bean there, 9.57 on a 54. A breakout for Will Clark. He got there first but went too quick. 9.82 with a 4 and a 9.83 dial in. So it's John Bean that is through to the next round. A pair of Nostalgia Superstockers. Neil Watkins taking on Alan Medley. Shane with the ever colourful hats bringing the Watkins cars to the line. 1060 plays 1127. It's going to be the purple pickup going first. Neil way out in front and takes that one 1133 to a 1062. Amy Watkins taking on Tom Kay. I am pretty sure Shane has got some new headwear for this year. There's a few of them that I haven't seen before. So the Darlings then, Tom Kay with the Junior Comp Dragster 10.2, Amy Watkins 9.47. Amy Watkins goes red and eliminates herself from further competition this weekend. So it's Tom Kay. Goes through with a 10.23 on a 10.20 Darling. Right, last pair. We just saw Alan Schofield with the Scud Dragster in Super Comp, and he's hot lapped it round to continue in a Pro ET. And considering the lack of running he's had in qualifying due to driveline issues, I don't know if it was torque converter or gearbox, whatever, but nevertheless, they're making up for it now. Going alongside Lee Huxley with the Dark Horse Mustang, and fair to say they've had transmission issues as well this weekend. It's a battle of the gearboxes. Oh, Alan Schofield goes red, so it is Lee Huxley that gets the round win, regardless of what they run. Oh, Alan Schofield 9.00. He was spot on, but a cherry on the tree tells the story. It's life, isn't it? Lee Huxley, though, went 9.55 on a 54. He's well and truly back. But, well, it was a good race, that. Anyway, matchups for round 3 in Pro ET. We'll see Tom Kay taking on John Bean. And whoever wins that gets a bye into the final. Neil Watkins taking on Dan Holloway. And Dave Cherritt taking on Lee Huxley. Right, Super Pro ET up next. Will the bounty go this time when Ron Bartlett takes on Joe Kellett? Double whammy that round, actually, because whoever wins that pairing gets a bye into the semis. Opportunity to catch up with various things. Day going very well indeed, actually. Well done to all of our racers and teams putting on a cracking set of races so far today. Thoroughly enjoyable and very competitive. But, slight pause in proceedings. Quite know why. Tell you what, Nitro FM, take it just for us. No, hang on. No, I think they're just going to get the signal to fire. Yes, they are. Right, okay. I was going to hand it over to Nitro FM, but good job I didn't, because I just looked in the lanes and I can see AC Bell has just been given the signal to fire up the car. There he is. And he's got Pete Walters as his competitor to try and get past to get into round 3. Pete Nee Memorial Trophy then is what Super Pro is all about this year. A whole list of other sponsors as well. A massive thanks to them. You know who you are, and I'll give you a good old mention today. So Pete does his burnout. AC is just going to wait patiently underneath the tower. No need for him to do his burnout just yet. He doesn't cross the start line to do his. Can if he wants to, but chooses not to. Right, the dial-ins, 878 for AC Bell, 758 for Pete Walters. Eliminations round 2 Super Pro. Team observing, it looks like 75, but it is a 78. Got a couple of bulbs out on the scoreboards. Very good race, and it is. Oh, Pete Walters, 758. The 758 darling. The win margin, 0.013. Ace has had a great weekend, 882, and he had a cracking reaction time. He actually treed Pete then, but Pete was bang on his dial. That was a hard-fought victory, whichever which way that was going to go. But it is Pete Walters that's through to round 3. Billy Gain and Bob Doyle. Bob dialing in 867 with the Z case. And it's Billy Gain with the Vauxhall, 854. Both into pre-stage. Bob goes in, Billy goes in. Oh, Bob goes red. Oh, he's not going to like the look of that timing slip when he gets back. Treble 04 red. It was almost perfect. He went 877. A breakout for Billy Gain, 853. But Bob Doyle, 0004 red. If it wasn't a red, he'd have probably taken that one. But that's racing. It really is. Right, well, quite know what's going on behind us. There's Scott Hauser and Mark Bailey being pushed back. But that was a cracking last race from those two there. But Bob Doyle, 0004 red. That's how close that was. Yeah. Well, you could give him a pat on the back for trying really hard, but it was just a 0004 red. That's how close that one was. Curses, I think is the word there. Right, just on hold for a moment. I'll tell you what, Nitro FM 96.2 if you take it over, and we will be back with you shortly. Okay, so we are back running, and it is a continuation of Super Pro ET. Well done to our on-site teams for getting us back ready to go once again. So Scott Hauser taking on Mark Bailey. So the dial-in's in for this one, 873 for Mark Bailey. Just doing his burnout underneath us. And it's Scott Hauser, 7.42. Two exceptionally good racers here. So both into pre-stage. These two won't mess about. Scott goes in. Well, that was Scott all the way there. 0-2 light compared to 0.52 for Mark Bailey. Not quite sure what happened with Mark there, but the car didn't react. I'm sure he went for a good light, but it didn't move. Eventually giving him a half a second reaction time. Nothing wrong with the run, 8.74. But it is Scott Hauser that is through to the next round, where he meets Pete Walters. Alan Didwell taking on Colin Morris, your next pair. 7.62, the dial-in for Alan, 8.93 for Colin. So it will be the Morris boys Camaro leaving the line first. And it'll be down to Alan to chase him down. Billy Gain awaits the winner. Oh, Alan bumped through stage, so Colin Morris gets the freebie. He'd actually seen that happen as well. So Colin Morris goes 8.83 breakout, doesn't matter. He's got the win. Well, to say this is a matchup of matchups is an understatement. You've got Ron Bartlett that put away last year's champion in the previous round. He dialed in 8.21, he had an 0.2 light, he got everything right. If he can do that again, he'll take out Joe Kellett, the winner of the Festival of Power event. Joe is an exceptionally tough customer to get around. And there's also this bounty as well. If Ron can beat Joe here, he gets a 50 quid bonus, and of course if nobody beats Joe and he goes on to take the event win, then Joe gets the 50 quid. We'll like that. Just a little bit of fun amongst the racers. Let's have a look at the dial-ins then. Ron sticking with that 8.21. Joe Kellett got 7.54. Ron is the form car at the moment. Qualified number 2, Joe qualified 7. That doesn't matter anymore. It's all about the pairing now on the start line. Ron Bartlett gets the 50 quid, a 0-2 light. 8.28 is the ET. Joe Kellett goes red. That is very, very rare to see Joe put a cherry on the tree. So Joe Kellett is out. Ron Bartlett goes through to the next round, and he gets a bye into the semis. And the bounty has been claimed. Lucas Oars, Junior Dragster, your next class. Six races coming at you. First up, Jessica Bishop taking on Harley Coursell. Right, can we please have Nostalgia Superstock into the pairing lanes, please? Nostalgia Superstock, can we have you into the pairing lanes, please? So, Harley Coursell, Darling, 8 flat. Jessica Bishop, 8.06. So that's just 0.06 of a second difference between them. Jess with the Nightmare Dragster in the Auto Glim lane has that fractional head start. Oh, Jess goes red, so it's Harley Coursell who gets the round win. Oh, 8.01 as well. Oh, they're both bang on their darlings. 8.01 with a 0. It's just 100th off, but Jess goes 8.06. She hits her number. But unfortunately, a cherry on the tree tells the story. Harley Coursell. That would have qualified him number 2 if he'd have done that in qualifying, but he saved his best for eliminations. Right, Daniel Weir and Purdy Hadfield, your next pair. The winner of this takes on Harley Coursell. Green light drag race. 8.03 the target for Purdy. 8.03 the target for Daniel. And it is Purdy with an 8.10 against the loser, 8.05. So Purdy Hadfield taking the win. They're going to take on Harley in the next round. Lola Bell Kent, your number 1 qualifier, taking on Freddie Taylor. 12 flat, darling for Lola Bell, 7.92 for Freddie. 4.08 seconds difference between the two of them on the darlings. It's going to be Lola Bell going first with the West 10 Motorsport entry. Well, this is a pick and choose race, that's for sure. And it is Freddie Taylor, 7.94 and a 7.92. Lola Bell goes 12.11 on a 12 fat. They both, in actual fact, Lola Bell had 100th off the line, but Freddie taking the win. Luke Fulton taking on Jacqueline Bartlett. 7.96 darling for Jacqueline, but it'll be Luke going first, 8.18. So it's a fight to the finish there in the green light drag race from the start. Luke Fulton and Jacqueline Bartlett, and the win goes to Luke Fulton. 8.20 on an 8.18. 7.98 on his 96. They were both 200ths off their dial-in. So it's Luke Fulton that goes through. And the congratulations between the teams. Always good to see. It really is. So Luke Fulton into round 3. Next pair, Grace Smith with the Boost Monkey taking on Teddy Howe. 9.04 for Grace, 12.73 for Teddy. Same thing happened that happened last time to Teddy. The car launched but didn't go much further, but in the previous pairing his opponent broke out. Grace Smith, same thing's happened again. Grace Smith has broken out. Teddy Howe has taken another round win. The most bizarre day that Teddy will ever have at the racetrack. Teddy Howe has taken the win. Unbelievable day. Both of his opponents have broken out. Well, what a strange day for Teddy Howe. He's through to round 3. He's going to be taking on Luke Fulton next. Right, Harry Redshaw taking on Jake Cooper. .847 plays 9.11. Greens on both sides. Harry Redshaw takes the win there, 8.61 against a loser at 9.34. So well done to Harry. Right, junior drag bike eliminations round 1. Right, some added incentives. Courtesy of Stu Crane and Walk Speed Racing, Nick Pepper and Suzuki Performance Spares, and Bobby Fraser, former junior bike rider herself. £100 for the winner and £50 to the runner-up. Certainly worth going for. And Casey Holgate going 8.45 on the 35 dial-in, taking the win there from Meg Tolbert, going 8.06 on a 7.90. Win margin 0.10. So that additional money, £100 for the winner and £50 for the runner-up, is to all rounds actually. So massive thanks to Stu Crane and the Warp Speed team, Nick Pepper and Suzuki Performance Spares, and Bobby Frazier, former junior bike rider herself, and of course Maggie Talbot's big sister. This is Samuel Hope and Maggie Smallman. Sam dialing in a 13.35, Maggie a 14.55. The win light, and it was a double breakout actually. Maggie Smallman takes the win there, breaking out by a 10th compared to a bit more than 10th. So well done to Maggie. Next up, Lyra Humbert and Grace Pollen. Lyra dialing in 1560, Grace dialing in 8.8. And a 1593 takes the win against the loser at 917. So Lyra Humber is through to round 2. And it'll be Holly King on a solo. And dials in 1150. Let's see what she runs. Goes 1132 breakout. Right, on to comp bike. Graham Dance taking on John McLean Sr. So heads up. First to the other end wins. Quite simple. Graham qualified with a 741, John with an 828. Ooh, a little bit skywards for John. Pulls it back to his own lane. Not that he ever got close to crossing the centre line, of course, but Graham Dance takes the win there. 782 at 197 miles an hour. 879 for John McLean Sr. at 160. Len Paget taking on Mick Wynyard. Well, both of them have been running in the 7.9s this weekend, so be a close one, this. Well, Len, he took a while to go into stage. Mick was up on the chip, couldn't hold it any longer. Oh, but no. Oh, how bizarre is that? Mick Wynyard will get the win as Len Paget crosses the centre line at the stripe. Well, I don't know, actually, because... Well, no, I'll have to take a check on that one because Mick left before the tree ran. Lenny crossed the centre line. I don't know what the ruling is on that. We'll have to get back to you. But bizarre sequence of events there, actually. The net end result, though, the top end blocks have been knocked over. I'm going to get a ruling on that one. Just to pause just for a second. Well, watch this space, folks. It's rather bizarre, that one. Okay, still got more bikes tucked around the corner. I can also see Nostalgia Superstock in the lanes. I can see VW Sportsman in the lanes. I can see ET Bike in the lanes. They're all queuing up, ready to come round for eliminations. Some cracking racing here, actually. We are in the midst of Comp Bike at the moment, and it is ET Bike eliminations at round number 2 to follow Comp Bike. Let's give you a time check, 1:45 in the afternoon. A couple of birthday shout-outs to give. There's not a huge amount of people celebrating birthdays today, but Ida Zetterstrom top fuel racer. Many happy returns to Ida. I look forward to seeing you at the main event. And those of you that follow drag racing the other side of the pond will know the name Lewis Bloom very, very well indeed. He was the stat guy for the NHRA. He's actually moved to Europe now, lives in Germany. Lewis, a very, very good afternoon to you, mate. You might be tuned in, you never know. But many happy returns to Lewis Bloom, celebrating his birthday today. So the block's just been reset at the finish line, just to make sure that they're reflecting properly. But yeah, that's a bizarre incident, that one, and we'll wait for the official clarification on that one. So still to come, Chris Neary taking on Jordan Kenway and Sean Buttigieg taking on Leo Lester. And you've also got Dave Thomas down there as an alternate, just in case one of them doesn't make it. And to be fair, I can't see Leo Lester down there, so it could be Dave Thomas coming in place of Leo Lester. So still working at the top end. I think Len took all three of them out, actually. So yeah, timing crew still working away at the top end there. Tell you what, Nitro FM 96.2, if you could take it just for a moment, and we will be back with a continuation of eliminations here at the Springspeed Nationals. Right, we continue racing then. It's Chris Neary and Jordan Kenway in comp bike eliminations, round number 1. First to the top end wins. Oh, looking pretty good. both of them 5.3 to the 8th, and the win light goes to Chris Neary, 8.09 to lose out 8.26. Right, Dave Thomas does in fact come in as an alternate for Leo Lester. And going up against your number one qualifier, Sean Buttigieg. Now, Sean absolutely flying in qualifying, 6.74. ET Bike follows Comp Bike. .119, 60 foot there for Sean. Arrow straight is going to be a 6, but what flavour? Oh, it's not a 6, it's a 7. 7.09 at 186 miles an hour. And it's an 8.97 there at 167 for Dave Thomas. Right, ET Bike. Eliminations round number 2. Travis Murray taking on Phil Pratt. Phil dialing in 9.02, Travis dialing in 8.5, so it's going to be Phil leaving first. Going to be close at the stripe, this one. 8.83, not good enough. 9.12 takes the win. Phil Pratt goes into the next round. Well done, Phil. So Gary Hester taking on Patrick Marine now. Super. Nigel's done a bit of a spelling mistake on the old information board. I'll tell you in a moment, it's quite funny. So Patrick Marie and Gary Hester. Patrick dialing in 9.3, Gary Hester 8.8. And the win goes to Gary Hester, 8.82 and a 0.009 light as well. Well done to Gary. Bit of a typo from Nigel in the lanes, actually. It should be saying super gas into the pairing lanes, but it's come up as super grass. Well, I Nigel like that one. Anna Sasiak dialing in 9.45 in the Kestrel beer lane, taking on Dave Grundy, 10.69 in the Auto Glim lane. Oh, Dave Grundy goes red, so it's Anna through to round 3. Goes 9.50 on a 9.45. Dave Grundy broke out as well. Did everything he could to lose that one. Robbie Dobby on the Super Penguin gets a solo here. 10.25 is his dial-in. 10.20 was the run. safely through. Right, last pair. Jake Bowden taking on Blade Dummer. Or Blade King, as he is now. 12:30, the dial-in for Blade. 12:45 for Jake. Breakout for Blade, 12:15, a little bit too quick there. So Jake Bowden takes that one. Goes 12:47 on the 12:45. And he gets a buy into the semis. Right, VW Sportsman. First pair then, Lawrence Clark with the Thunderbug taking on Dan Brioche with the Polo. 13.62 for the Thunderbug, 12.75 for the Loco Polo. Well, the Polo drawing alongside the Beetle. Oh, 12.68. Massive PB for Dan with the Polo, but it was a breakout, so it is a win for Lawrence Clark. So, well, congratulations and commiserations to Dan at the same time there, but it is Lawrence Clark that goes through. Phil Jones and Justin Foley up next. 15.45 plays 15.33. The Audi A3 just has a smidge in front of Justin Foley, but it looked more than that on the reaction times. Phil Jones heads to the stripe, and it's a double breakout. Massive breakouts, actually. 15.19 on a 45, 14.79 on a 15.33. But it is Phil Jones that goes through to round 3. Jerry Sadler and Paul Robinson, your next pair. Jerry with the Beetle, 15.95. And it's Paul Robinson, 14.7 with the Audi TT. So both coming up to the line. Well, Jerry's going to get there. There he is. He goes into pre-stage now. Both into stage. Green light drag race. Well, Jerry out in front, but Paul closing in. Oh, Jerry Sadler breaks out by 8/10 thousandths of a second. Oh, but it's a win for Paul Robinson. 14.76 and a 14.70. 15.94 with a 9 on a 15.95 dial-in. Jerry Sadler just that fraction too quick, so it's Paul Robinson that goes through. Laurie Anslow and Carl Goldsmith, your next pair. 15.55 For Laurie, she's going to be leaving first, and it'd be Carl, 14.3 in the Corrado, playing catch-up. Carl wrestling the car through the gears there, and each time he changes gear, the front tyres protest and scrabble for grip. But Carl Goldsmith takes the win, 14.57 against a lose-out, 15.93. Can I please have Lucas Orr's Junior Dragster into the pairing lanes, please? Junior Dragster, can we have you into the pairing lanes, please? John Crawford and Steve Metcalf, your next pair. Whoever wins this has to take on Carl Goldsmith in the next round. Well, can the Craw Dog close in on Steve Metcalf? Well, it didn't matter. Steve Metcalf got there too quick, broke out, so the Craw Dog goes through, 15.51. Steve Metcalf just missed his dial in by that much. All right, the two Beetles taking on each other here. Connor Jones dialing in the 20-second flat dialing. Morgan looking for 17.7. And Connor Jones goes red. So it's going to be Morgan Wilson with the win. Big breakout to boot as well. Well, actually, they both broke out, but the red light told the story of the race before it even got going. So, Morgan Wilson goes through to the next round. From VW Sportsman to Sportsman ET, round number 2. Brian Huxley and Kirsty Tram. Brian, you got a brake light out. Brian dialing in 18.9, Kirsty dialing in 14.19. All right, Kirsty closing, but has she got enough? No. Brian Huxley with the Focus there just went 003 on the reaction time, but got there too quick. Broke out. Kirsty Tram couldn't catch Brian, but Kirsty takes the win. 14.43 on a 14.19 dial. Brian Huxley, 003 reaction time, but got there by 0.3 too soon. So got plenty of time to fix that brake light that's not working. Kirsty Tram through to the next round. When I saw Brian leave the line there, I thought, the red light's got to come on, but you know, he judged it to perfection. Next pair underneath the tower. Be Clive Dandridge taking on Ashley Simons. Dial in then for Clive, 13.06. For Ash, it's 13.3. 0.24 of a second difference between them on the tree. Head start going to the skyline. Well, Clive Dandridge pulling away, but we know Ash's car's got a bit of a top-end charge on it. And it is Clive Dandridge that takes that one. 13.26 against a lose-out 13.49. Win margin 0.15. Ben's Van and the Arabian Night. Yeah, Jay McCready taking on Gary Lake. In Hutchinson and Dibley, Sportsman ET, eliminations round number 2. Gary dials in 14.10. He's got to be patient though. Jay McCready be leaving first, dialing in 15.91. Well, Gary closing in on the van. Double breakout, but 14.06 and a 14.10 was only 400ths. Jane was a bit more than that, so Gary Lake takes that. Also had a 0.3 light as well, which was very good indeed. So Gary Lake through to round 3. Meets Kirsty Tram. All right, Felicity Gibbs has got a solo here. All she needs to do is take the green, and she's through, but she'll take it all the way through. Going to be racing Clive Dandridge in the next round. Target for Felicity is 17.18. Goes 17.23. So nice little tune-up run for Felicity there. Right, last pair then. Holly Walters taking on Georgina Smith. Now, 2 rounds for the price of 1 here. Whoever wins this gets a bye into the semis. So definitely worth trying to take the win here. I know they want it anyway. 15.85 the dial-in for the Toyota Supra from Georgina. And it's 15.50 for Holly Walters. All right, they're both away. It's a breakout for Georgina. She goes way too quick. 15.77. Wow. So 15.60 takes the win for Holly. All right, round 1, 950 bike. Atlantic Fluid Tech 950 bike. It's the class, its full title, and it's Carl Thomas and Andy Head. And a breakout for Andy Head. Wow. Carl Thomas takes the win with the 960. Brett Cordell and Dion Hartley, your next pair. And that's Brett all the way there, taking the win 971 against a loser at 981. Rit Sawatsky and Phil Harrison, your next pair. Oh, good looking race this one. And that's Rit Sawatsky taking it on a hole shot, 956 against a loser at 954. And now you've got Dave Hall on a solo from being your number one qualifier and only 7 bikes in the class. Number one qualifier gets the bye. Dave Hall goes through there with a 1472 at 82 miles an hour. Right, a little bit of track prep going on as we get ready for Nostalgia Superstock. Then Comp Eliminator, not far behind them, and also Funny Bike as well, as I do believe. Okay, Nitro FM 96.2, take it for a moment. Back with you when we continue eliminations here at the Springspeed Nationals. Right then, Nostalgia Superstock Eliminations, round number 2. Bob Mayne and Stuart Thompson. So 1288 plays 985. Whoa, Bob Mayne goes 1251. There's a monster breakout for Bob. So it's Kiwi who goes through, but well done to Bob. Cracking run there. Right, Pro ET into the pairing lanes, please. As we see Pete Dodd and Chris Goodale, your next pair. Pete Darling in 9.14, Chris 10.29. Well, we can see Chris load up the torque converter there and just sort of pulled him through a little bit there. So a red light for Chris. Pete Dodd gets the win. 10.34 lose out there for Chris. 9.20 win there for Pete Dodd. And Pete's going to go to his first final. He gets a bye in the semis. Adrian Portelli and Don Scott, your next pair. Whoever wins this takes on Kiwi. Oh, bit of a staging duel. Oh, they're both going together. $10.77 plays 9.63, and it is Don Scott taking the win there. 9.64 and the 63. It was a breakout by less than 0.02 of a second for Adrian Portelli. So it's Don Scott, Don King, boxing promoter. Don Scott that takes the win. Right, we move on to Comp Eliminator. Nick Williams taking on Lloyd Perkins here. Lloyd with the Soul Man Cutlass. Index for him, 7.99. Nick with the Camaro, 11.40. So Lloyd's got to be really patient. He's got to wait a huge chunk of time as Nick will set off. Bit of a staging duel going on here between Lloyd and Nick. Nick goes in. And Lloyd goes red. So Nick Williams, whoa, Lloyd getting a little bit out of shape after the launch there. Nick lifts off at the stripe, goes 11.10. But not quite sure what happened to Lloyd on the launch. It wasn't the best 60 foot he's ever had. I think he was on, stood up on the tyres already. So Nick Williams is through to the semis. Right, Spencer Tram on a solo would have been racing the winner of either Robin Orthodoxou or Andy Hone, but neither of them made the call. So Spence, he didn't. Well, Rob Smallworth didn't make the call in round one. So Spence on another bye run here into the semis, where unbelievably he gets a bye into the final. It's just the way things work out. Nice wheels up launch there for Spence. 002 red, doesn't matter. And goes 11:41. Right, Dan Williams got past Kev Jenkins in round one. Now he is on an official bye with the Williams brothers Chevelle. And as soon as Dan takes the green, he's into the semi-finals where he races his brother Nick. Whee! Big wheels up launch there for the Chevelle. Yeah, I thought that was a bit high. I think he almost had the wheelie bar attached to the bumper instead of hanging slightly down there. So, yeah, I think that was one for the photographers, that run. But well done, Dan. So he's through to the semi-finals where he races Nick. Spencer gets a bye the other side of the ladder. Right, on to Funny Bike. Leaks Landscapes, the title sponsor for Funny Bike. And massive thanks indeed to Dale and the company there. The added support, well, for all of our class sponsors actually, added support we get from the class sponsors is invaluable. And Dale Leaks and Leaks Landscapes, the title sponsor for Funny Bike. Roger Moore and Dave Peters going to be racing for a spot in the final. They both qualified, unbelievable, with a 7.596. It's only to the 10,000ths of a second that they were separated. Oh, good race. It is 7:36 taking the win to a 7:64 lose out. Rog got the jump. Rog quit at the 3:30. It was neck and neck actually, looking at the differences in reaction times, and then it was Dave Peters the rest of the way. But Rog, good weekend for him, no issues really, just fine-tuning the bike. But it's Dave Peters into the final. Going to be taking on this man here, the Goose himself, Louis Davis. .703 at 182 miles an hour there for the Goose. Well done. No point in taking it easy, eh, Goose? He's into the final. Well, he's going to need to run in the sixes at the next event he races at, which is the main event. He's entered into Top Fuel Bike. That'll be interesting. Okay, Phil Pratt taking on Travis Merritt. The dial-ins then, 890 for Travis, 902 for Phil. Oh, Phil goes red. Very unusual for Phil. So it's Travis that takes the win. He went red as well, but Phil did it first. 915 for Phil, 894 for Travis, but it is Travis that goes through. It's actually a rerun of that ET bike, round 2. Okay, 850 bike. Eliminations round number 2 for 850. Sees Gary Malone and Jay Rowe. Oh, just on hold for a second. Well, both bikes being pushed back.
Yeah, that is fine. Adam's on his way with the spare one just in case it happens again. We'll swap it out. Okay, cheers.
Oh, it's a little bit of back chat going on. Not quite sure what's going on at the moment, but looking in the lanes, I can see round 2 of Super Gas lined up. I can see the rest of 850 bike. And these two started up again. Dan Dieth and Martin Hallett, your next pair. This is looking pretty close at the stripe. 861 takes it on a whole shot compared to an 852. That tells the story there. And not only that, Dan got there by 0.6 first. So a big whole shot win there for Dan. He takes it. He goes into the semi-finals. Keith Wright and Jonathan Hines. Right, slight issue somewhere. Watch this space. Well, they're in radio communication with the top end, so as soon as I get an update, I will let you know. But yeah, definitely on a pause for a moment. Nitro FM 96.2, take it away and I'll find out what's going on. I'll speak to you soon. Okay, so we are back up and running. It was a minor issue, but it's now been sorted out. So we continue with 850 bike eliminations, round number 2. Josh Stubbins and Joe Elliott. Another good looking race here. Joe Elliott gets there first with an 8.56. Gets to lose out from Josh Stubbins there, 8.84. So Joe will be taking on Dan in the semis. J Rowe taking on Gary Malone. It's a tight one at the stripe. 8.47 breakout for Gary Malone. He got there first. J Rowe takes it, 8.53. Johnny Hines and Keith Wright will do their pairing after Supergas. So they've already done their burnouts, come up to the line, so they need to cool down and come back round again. So here we go then, Supergas eliminations, round number 2 for Tony Morris carburettors. Massive thanks to Tony and of course the UK arm of TMC, which is Dave Gibbons, for their incredible support of the class. And it's not just support as well, but support for the racers as well. So if you have carburettor needs, talk to Tony. Have a word with Dave and they can sort you out, that's for sure. Right, the two Andys. Andy Dibley, Andy Harrison. Whoa, that was a squeaker. 9.92 for Andy Dibley takes the win against the loser at 9.96. The win margin, 0.015. So not only that, Andy Dibley is into the semi-finals where he gets that oh so coveted bye run into the final. Next up then, Tim Moore with Tim's Toy taking on Dave Fulton. Two very good racers. Been lots of banter between them in the pits, but this is where the banter stops and the racing starts. And the win light goes to Tim Moore as Dave Fulton breaks out. They were both 0-5 off the line. Dave Fulton decided to take the stripe and in doing so broke out, and it was Tim Moore that's taken the win. Colin Morris is on a bye. So it will be Colin Morris taking on Tim Moore in the first semi-final. And on the other side of the ladder, Andy Dibley has got a solo. And Colin Morris goes 881 breakout, doesn't matter. No, we're going to run junior dragster first. We don't forget we've still got a pair of 850 bikes to go. But for Lucas Oil's junior dragster, eliminations round number 3. Freddie Taylor taking on Harry Redshaw. Right, well, both the pre-stage. Harry Redshaw dials in 851, Freddie dials in 792, but neither of them want to go in. Ah, here we go. Freddie's gone in. Yeah, Freddie Taylor, big reaction time advantage there. Goes 794 and a 792. Harry Redshaw was closer to dialing 852 on a 51, but Harry had 12 hundredths in reaction time advantage. So Freddie Taylor into the semis. Right, the strange day of Teddy Howe continues. He hasn't reached the finish line yet, and yet he's into round 3. Both of his opponents broke out. Luke Fulton, though, dialing in 8.17. Teddy Howe dialing in 12.73. So Luke Fulton sets off in pursuit. Luke Fulton takes the win and almost broke out. He dialed in 8.17. He went 8.17 with a 1. That was a close one, but well done to Luke Fulton. Teddy Howe gets it to the finishing line. Well done, Teddy. But it is Luke Fulton that goes through. Right. Oh, this is an important one. 8.06 the dial in for Purdy Hadfield. Harley Corsell dials in 8 flat. Whoever wins this goes into the semi-finals where they get a bye into the final. Crucial one, this. The win light goes to Purdy Hadfield as Harley Courcelle breaks out. Well, a double breakout, but by the lesser amount. Purdy Hadfield takes the win. Andy and Haley looking around going, what's going on? Right, now we're going to have that last pairing, an 850 bike. Jonathan Hines and Keith Wright. $8.54, nicely judged there for Jonathan Hines. So he takes the win against the loser at 9.25. Pro ET eliminations, round number 3. For Modjestang, the class sponsor. 3 races coming at you. The first one features this man, Dave Cherritt, with the Dark Revenger, and Lee Huxley with the Dark Horse Mustang. Oh, Dave Cherritt goes red. Lee Huxley is going through to the semi-finals, regardless of what they run, 996 and 960, but it is Lee Huxley takes the win. John Bean taking on that pesky comp dragster of Tom Kay. Good to see these little dragsters coming through nicely now. We've got 3 of them that race in Pro ET. The Darlings end, 10.20 for Tom Kay, 9.55 for John Bean. Tom Kay goes red. John Bean goes into the semis. He again gets a bye into the final. 10.20. He hit the number bang on. John Bean broke out. Commiserations to Tom Kay. It was that 0-1 red that cost him there, but he was perfect on the ET. Right, last pair then. Neil Watkins taking on Dan Holloway. Both of them have taken championships before. Neil Watkins took the Lifestyle Championship in Nostalgia Superstock. Dan Holloway was last year's Sportsman ET champion, but Dan obviously stepped up to Pro ET now with this wonderful little altered. The Darlings, 11.29 against 9.12. Neil Watkins will be leaving the line first. And Neil Watkins goes a bit too quick there. Well, Dan put on a red as well, but as Neil red lit first, Dan Holloway takes the win. $11.26 breakout for Neil Watkins as well. Breakout for Dan Holloway, goes 9.08. but race already determined by the red light. Right, we move on to VW Pro Eliminations, round number 2, and it is Ed Keach with the Tango Golf taking on Luke Stevenson with the Dragster. The dial-in saying 11.98 for Ed. Luke's got to be patient, 2.48 seconds worth. Well, Luke closing in. Wow, I bet Luke wished he didn't lift, because that was on one. Luke Stevenson just went 9.13 with a lift. Everything worked to perfection there. 12.05 for the win from Ed Keach and an 0.1 light, but Luke Stevenson, wow, an awesome run. Oh, so close to the 8s. If he didn't lift, he would have got the 8, I think. Staggering run. But it's Ed that goes through. Jacob Bailey on a bye. We knew that was coming anyway. He wasn't due to be racing anybody, so he's just taking it through. Phil Blogg taking on the Green Goblin Beetle of Chris Poyner. Well, Phil Blogg heads up to the stripe and takes that one with a 12.11 on a 12.10 dial. Chris didn't get the light that he wanted there. Goes 12.81 on that 12.60 dial. So Phil Blogg taking on Jacob Bailey in the semi-final. Right, winner of the 2 blue cars here gets to race Ed Keach in the next round, and it is Ian Dale with the strip burner against Graham Fairhead with the Misfit Type 3. Graham Fairhead takes one, 11.32 against the loser at 12.31. Graham just 200ths off his dial in there. Well on, Graham. Right, Super Pro ET eliminations. Round 3. Pete Walters and Scott Hauser. 2 former junior racers, of course. Right, so look at the dial-ins then. 7.41 for Scott Hauser, 7.56 for Pete Walters. Both of them got a bit of wiggle room there. So both into pre-stage. Pete Walters goes 004 red. Scott Hauser goes 001 red, but because Pete did it first, the win light comes on in Scott's lane. Scott goes 743 as well. But it's Scott Hauser into the semi-finals. Right, the story continues for Rocket Ron. He's got a bye into the semis here, and he's got Scott Hauser waiting for him in the next round. Oh dear. Change of dial-in then. 826. So Ron Bartlett then with Sweet FA. Mrs. Break goes 821 again despite the dial-in change. Well, not quite 820. Okay, Billy Gain and Colin Morris. The winner of this goes into the semi-finals against no one. It's a bye. So this is worth 2-round wins in effect. And the winner of this guaranteed a trophy. And a good haul of points as well. That's a given. Colin Morris and Billy Gain going to fight this one out at the stripe, and the win goes to Billy Gain. Takes that one 853 on an 853 dial. He was 008 off the line. Colin Morris was 05 off the line. He went 879. Couldn't catch him. Billy Gain, the package was just too strong. But 008 and run your dial in, that is tough to get around. Right, VW Sportsman. Eliminations round number 3. Phil Jones and Paul Robinson. Green light drag race. Now then, Phil looking for 1545. Paul Robinson looking for 1476. The winner goes into the semis. And that winner is Phil Jones. He breaks out by 900ths, but when your opponent breaks out by 2/10, then yeah, you're going to take the win. Phil Jones is through to the semis. Right, John Crawford and Carl Goldsmith. No Carl. Well, the car's below us. But something not quite working for Carl, unfortunately. So it is the Craw Dog that's going to take the win. Oh, gutted for Carl. Not quite sure what happened, but he's going to take it back to the pits. Shake of the head. Not quite sure what happened there. John Crawford goes through with a 15.74. Right, just one more pair to go in VW Sportsman. It's Lawrence Clark with the Thunderbird taking on Morgan Wilson with the Misdemeanor Havoc Beetle. The winner of this goes into the semis and gets a bye into the finals. Right, 13.62 then the dial in for Lawrence Clark with the Thunderbug. 17.55 for Morgan Wilson. Well, 13.68 on a 13.62. Lawrence Clark takes the win by 0.07 at the stripe. Emmy was closer, 57 on a 55, but reaction time advantage there for Lawrence helped him on his way. So it was going to be Lawrence Clark that goes into the semis where he gets a bye into the finals. Right, Sportsman ET, eliminations round number 3 for Hutchinson and Dibley, and it is Holly Walters on a solo here. She dials a 15.55. Gets a 15.43, it's a breakout, doesn't matter. She is through to the semis. Kirsty Tram taking on Gary Lake. Now, this is another one of those important ones. This for a spot in the semis where you get a bye into the final. It's purely because of odd-numbered fields. It really is. The dial-ins then. There's not a lot between these two, actually. 14.10 for Gary Lake. Going to be Kirsty Tram leaving first. 14.40. Just 0.3 of a second difference on dial-in. And Kirsty Tram, it's game over. She goes red. So it's Gary Lake going to take the win. Well, Kirsty did everything she could to lose that one. 14.22, massive breakout for Kirsty. Gary goes 14 flat, he breaks out. But the race decided by the red light at the start. All right, one more pair to go in Sportsman ET. Going to be Felicity Gibbs. She's coming forward with the Mustang in the Auto Glim lane, taking on Clive Dandridge with the pickup truck. The truck, as he calls it, dialing in 1306. So Felicity's going to have a fair old advantage on the tree. Well, I won't say advantage, a fair old difference, I should say. Off she goes. Clive's got to wait. And there he goes in pursuit. Oh, double breakout, but by the lesser amount. Felicity Gibbs takes that one. Clive got there first by a country mile. Broke out by a tenth. Felicity only broke out, well, by less than a tenth. Clive had a better reaction time, but at the end of the day, Felicity Gibbs is the one that goes through. Right, on to the Wild Bunch. First time we've seen them today. So it is Bob Hawkins taking on the Sultan Shaker of Keith Crampton. In actual fact, all of our classes are at semi-final stage with the exception of ET Bike. So the Darlings end for the Wild Bunch. Bob Hawkins, 685 with the slingshot. And Keith Crampton, 971. He's been going PB after PB as Keith this weekend. He's having a great time. Bob, basically extended testing for Bob this weekend, but had a few issues. Managed to sort them out, so he's dialing back into the sixes. Problems there for Keith Crampton, backs out of it, and Bob goes sailing by and he lifts. So it's going to be Bob Hawkins into the final with an 8:02 at 134 miles an hour. Not quite sure what happened to Keith. First part of the run looked okay, but just coasting across the line now. So Pete Brown with Rebel, dialing in at 8:54. So Pete Brown coming back quite slowly, actually, putting a bit more heat into the engine. .874, 152. So Pete Brown into the final race. Bob Hawkins. Right, here we go then. ET Bike, the only class to set semis. Anna Sasiak taking on Robbie Dobby. .10.26, Robbie Dobby takes the win there from Anna with a 10.05. Right, Gary Hester taking on Travis Marit. Right, 880 plays 890, just a tenth of a second between them. Travis will get the 10th off the line. And Travis goes red, so it's Gary Hester that takes the win. Oh, 8.76 for Gary Hester. We'll take that. And Gary gets a bye into the final. Right, on a solo then, Jake Bowden. He will be facing Robbie Dobby in the semis. Jake dials in 12.45, gets a 12.50, nicely done. All right, comp bike semi-finals, Chris Neary and Graham Dance. No darlings, heads up. First the other end wins. Well, Graham Dart's out in front. Graham takes the win with a 7.39 at 200 miles an hour. Well done, Graham. Chris Neary goes 8.10 at 1.77. Right, Sean Buttigieg would have been alongside Lenny Paget, but I saw Lenny in civilian clothes down on the start line there. Right, let's see what Sean can do then. 6.74 in qualifying. He'd love to get into the 6.6s. $1.17 to 60. Oh! Forget the 6.7s. He's just gone 6.64. 219 miles an hour. Oh, run of the day. 6.645. 219.06. Outstanding. Absolutely outstanding run. Well, wanted to go quick. I don't think he was going to go that quick. Skip the 6.7s completely. 6.64, 219. Tell you what, that rear tyre was protesting. Didn't really want to give all the grip that it gave there. It was on the verge of going up in smoke. Right, junior drag bike. Casey Holgate and Holly King, green light drag race. Holly King looking for 11.30. Casey, 8.30. And the win light going to Casey Holgate, 8.32 on an 8.30 darling. Holly breaks out. She got there first but went a bit too quick. So here's Casey Holgate into the final. Right, Lyra Humber and Maggie Smallman. Who's going to race Casey in the final? Lyra dials 15.60. Maggie 14.43. Don't forget, extra prize money up for junior drag bike, courtesy of Stu Crane and Water Speed Racing, courtesy of Bobby Frazier. And it's nice when former racers chip into the pot as well. That's really, really cool. And not only that, Nick Pepper and Suzuki Performance Spares as well. 100 quid extra for the winner and 50 for the runner-up. Makes it all worthwhile. On top of the trophies, of course. This could be quite a tight one as they get towards the line. Oh, 15.68, well judged by Lyra Humber on a 15.60 darling. She takes that win against a lose-out, 14.62 on a 43. So it's Lyra Humber into the final. Oh, got somebody join me at last.
Oh, have you? Are you a bit tired?
I'm fine, mate, but I'm really chuffed to bits for you, but I bet you're gutted you lifted now. Luke Stevenson's joined me. What a run.
I know. Where'd that come from?
I don't know, but your crew were going, what?
I was going, what? I haven't looked at the video, actually. I don't know where I passed Ed, but it was pretty soon.
Oh, it was. But 9-1. Outstanding.
It was not bad, was it?
Yeah,
wasn't bad.
good.
So,
did it feel good in the car?
It felt beautiful. Everything felt good, and literally, we've already put the data in on the ECU, and it literally says I lifted at like 900 foot.
Oh, that would have been an 8.
Yeah, well.
Is there a battle between you and Jacob first into the 8s?
No, but
because I know there was into the 9s, wasn't
obviously,
there?
we do have our AGM tattoo bet with Paul Jackson.
Right.
So my target is 888, and he's got to get a 946.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm a little bit closer.
Yeah.
And I'm going to tag on the back of the semi-finals and try and get him the tattoo booked.
Ah, good man. Good man. So you've been suffering from boost pressure, isn't it, really?
Yes.
And it's the second half of the run where it tends to fall off a bit.
Yeah, so
But you seem to have cured it, is that
yes,
right?
Yes. So we had a slight boost leak on one of the fittings on the CO2 setting, and it also runs the boost control as well. So what we were doing was launching it was perfectly fine. I had boost. As soon as it shifted for me, it shifts around about 400 foot. It would dump the whole CO2 bottle, meaning that I'd go down to wastegate pressure.
Right.
And so from there on, I had no power. So while we were in qualifying, as soon as it happened, there was no point continuing the run.
Yeah.
It was just like, I'll lift and just let it roll, and we'll look at the data. So, of course, thank you very much to the Chaos team, because they've been filling up my CO2 bottles like mad this weekend. Every time, like, hello. It's like, you're going to get really bored of seeing me. Thank you to Elaine as well, who sorted us out with some CO2. And then, of course, last night, thank you to Kev Jenkins, who supplied us with a little bit of hose that seems to have
So basically,
sealed.
you've been scrounging off the comp eliminator pits from the teams that are having a few issues this
That's
weekend.
what I love about this sport. I mean, everyone's just so willing to help.
Yeah.
Everyone's got stuff. I mean, we're all the same. I've got my toolbox full of bits, and people go, come in, have you got this? Like, yeah, of course, I'll just take it.
Yeah.
Get yourself racing. So, no, it's been perfect. And then, obviously, that run, a blinding run.
Yeah.
And I knew it was fast, and that's why I lifted so early. But I didn't want to touch the brakes because I didn't want to.
Yeah, fair enough.
And then I went through the finish line, and I saw no bowl by either side, and I'm like, who won? I was like, did I win? I have no idea.
Well, no, the reason you didn't see a bulb either side because you went too far past the bowl before Ed crossed the finish line.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yes, that's a good point.
Yeah. So until he's crossed the finish line, you don't know.
I've never actually thought of that.
Yeah. Because you were going at such a rate of knots that the win light wouldn't come on his lane until he had crossed the finish line.
So I sat down the bottom waiting for the lads to come and pick me up, and I'm like, did I win, did I not? I don't know. And then they literally arrived, and they're like, Andy was like, what are you doing? And I was like, what do you mean, what am I doing? He was like, 9-1. I was like,
It is those euphoria moments that you live for in this sport, isn't it?
So, yeah, we got back. I didn't care. We lost. That's one of those. So try and get the lads are looking over it. Gordon at Street Races is just having a look at the map, and he's gone, ooh, 2.2 bar, very nice. He's like, we'll up that a little bit again.
Yeah.
So fingers crossed we can get Pirate a tattoo booked today.
Oh, that'll be good.
So you can write 888 on your notes, and if I magically get anywhere near that, or faster, who knows?
Oh,
I mean,
awesome.
my mile an hour was up all the way through, and then obviously looking at, I think it was like 126 at the 8th, and then 124 at the finish line.
Yeah. That's cracking. I'm chuffed to bits for you, mate. I really am. Play back the commentary on it if you haven't already.
No, I haven't yet. Obviously, we've got to make all the videos for VWDRC TV this week. Because what I was doing, I was making the round, because we upload a qualifying video for everyone, and then we do elimination show. And so I'll do my run, and then I'll go sit in the van, and then I'll make a video. We've got videos with interviews with some of the drivers and stuff. Yeah. And it would take up the whole of the time between each round. And then this week I was like, actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave it till this week. Then we've got something else to upload next week for people to watch, and also I can get other footage from other racers who have got crew videoed stuff. And then, of course, what day is it today? It's Monday, isn't it?
Yep.
So that always messes up the schedule. But we will have VWDRC TV with me and Paul at some point this week. Yeah, probably Wednesday or something. Now we're into race season. Whoever wins the events, we drag them onto the TV show and have a little chat. So yeah, if anyone out there enjoys the Volkswagen Drag Racing Club and all that, VWDRC TV on YouTube and VWDRC on Facebook, you can find all of that.
Well, it's a combination of everything you're doing at the moment. The numbers are very strong in both VW Pro and VW Sportsman.
That's it. Well, I'm disappointed in the Pro because we started off with 18 and we ended up with like 13. Obviously, just again, people are just waiting on parts and stuff like that. But I mean, if you look at like the Bug Jam entry, we've already started getting people in. I think we're already up to like 16 car fields in both of them already.
Oh, awesome.
We're months ahead.
Yeah.
I think people we're kind of looking at it. It's going to be a busy event with now Funny Car and Pro Mod.
Yeah. Bug Jam's going to be awesome.
I know.
I mean, Friday night will do me because you've got Soul to Soul.
Yeah.
That is me. I'll be there.
Are you going to be in there?
I'll be dad dancing like mad at that one. Yeah, so it's not worth having a look if I'm there. But no, it's honestly, Bug Jam is an awesome event, but the lineup on the Axe is outstanding this year. So going to be very, very good. And not only that, you're going to have, what, 25,000 here, maybe a bit more?
Maybe a bit more. COVID be gone now. We get
Yeah,
everyone
that's
in
true.
there.
Yep.
Trevor Nelson on the Saturday night.
Oh, yeah, I mean, that is incredible as well.
I am looking forward to that.
Yeah, don't expect much sense out of me in commentary on Sunday. But
No,
then,
that's it. Every year they go, so Luke, can you commentate a bug jump? Hell no. Hell no. You know, number one, you're not getting me out of bed to come down here at 9 o'clock in the morning. It's not a chance.
well, you know, you're always welcome to pop up and see me at Bug Jam. You know that.
And say hello. Yeah, best view in the house, isn't it?
Yeah. But say Nitro Funny Car and Pro Mod, that Bug Jam crowd are going to be in for a real treat.
That's it. That's it. But then obviously main event in a couple of weeks. I should be joining these boys again in Comp Eliminator. I'll be first round fodder as usual. But
Well, what's your index?
752.
Yeah, right.
I got to run sixes to be
Yeah.
able to beat anyone in round one.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's a year or so away.
But nevertheless, Luke, the development on the car, and fair to say doing it on a budget as well, I'll take my hat off to you, mate. I'm really chuffed, really pleased, and it's so good to see. And also the camaraderie between the people that help you and obviously help the class get down on the line. It's just awesome to watch.
No, I can't thank those boys enough. I mean, obviously last weekend we... Every time it was like, and Luke actually got to the finish line. Well done, boys. Have the weekend off now.
Yeah.
I was like, no. Do not listen to him. You're not having the weekend off. We've got plenty to do.
I thought Andy Vose's face was just a picture there.
That's it. It was like yesterday. It was like, it's raining. What should we do? I was like, well, we've got DIY to do, boys. Come on, let's go. We've got loads of stuff done on the truck.
Right, well, if you wonder what's going on at the moment, we are just gathering semi-finalists, really. We've got a few of them in the lanes, but all classes are set to semi-finals now.
I didn't realise that. I'm supposed to be tagging on to the semi-finals. Bye-bye.
Oh, right, okay, right, well, Luke is going to disappear. Thanks for coming up to see us, mate. Well done, and best of luck. Right, tell you what, do you know what, I was about to say we'll go to Nitro FM, but having said that, all the photographers are just going back into position, so I don't think we are that far away unless I hear anything different.
In comp bike, Sean Buttigieg has reset both ends of the track.
Ooh. Right, okay.
660.
Right, so just get those numbers back out. Sean Buttigieg, track record has just been reset, 6.645 at 219.06. Track record.
Both of those are too quick or too fast to be backed up by any of his earlier runs. And so he has not reset the ACU.
Right, but you can do it in the final.
He could in the
Right, so Sean, that's your challenge, mate. You've got to back them up in the final,
1%.
but within 1% for an ACU record in the final. Well, we can believe he just skipped the 6.7s completely, went straight into the 6.6s. Absolutely outstanding. Right, next class is Super Street Bike. You can just hear them starting up. Alan Morrison Jr. taking on Jake Michelle for Taylor's Trophy. Kathy Taylor in signing on the staunch supporter of bike racing, and she puts her name to Super Street Bike. Great matchup between these two. Alan Morrison Jr., he is in the Kestrel lane. Jake Michelle is in Autoglim lane. You're going to see low 7-second passes. You could see one of them. You could see both of them dip into the 6s. There is absolutely no breeze. The track's good. Two great racers. Off they go. Jake Michelle, 120 to 60 foot. This is an outstanding run. So, look at the numbers. 6.87 at 209 miles an hour. Jake Michelle resets his PB by a country mile. 13.25 at just 45 for Alan Morrison Jr. But Jake Michelle, 6.87 at 209. Oh my goodness me, he's going to be celebrating like a good one after that. When he sees that timing slip. Oh boy, what a time to run your PB. Right then, Mark Hope and Steve Venables. Steve had a front row seat to watch that one. 122 to 127 on the 60-foot, and it's a 683 at 216 miles an hour for Steve Venables. A lose out for Mark Hope, 7.14, but he went over 200 again, 202.56, but 6.83, 216.99 for Ven. Wow, what a final that set up in Super Street Bike. We move on to Comp Eliminator. Semi-final, the Williams brothers, Dan and Nick. The winner will take on Spencer Tram, their teammate in the final. Keith and Lorne, the Williams brothers crew chiefs, stand in the middle. Keith's got his two lads out there. One of them is going to take the win. And it's only because Lorne is standing next to Nick's car that Keith is stood to the left, but then Keith was the former owner of the Chevelle that Dan drives now. 1061 plays 1140. That's the indexes they run to. Go fire under as they like. A little wheelie coming up from Nick, but the bigger one from Dan. It's just the way the cars are set up these days. Oh, a little bit of a showdown. No, Dan goes in. Oh, a bit of wheel spin off the line there for Dan. You can hear Dan pedaling just to keep his nose out in front. And he takes it 10.49 to a lose out, 11.46. So it is Dan Williams into the final. Well, they're going to be taking on the other Williams brothers car of Spencer Tram. Both the Williams boys had 0 lights as well. 0.6 for Nick, 0.8 for Dan. All right, so Spencer doesn't need to be here on this one either. He can save it for the final. He'll probably give it a fair bit of welly off the line, lift the fronts up, and then... well, he might take it all the way through. He might just take it easy. Yeah, 11.73. Taking it a little bit easy there. Okay, next up then, 950 bike eliminations. This is semi-finals. Brett Cordell and Dave Hall. Whoa! Well, fingers crossed Brett is okay. That front wheel came up skywards. Dave Hall literally just coasting across the line. But instant there for Brett. I'll tell you what, Nitro FM 96.2, if you can take it over there. And we'll be back with you shortly. Well, after a bit of a delay, we are back, and it's the continuation of 950 bike semi-finals. As soon as we get more of an update for you, we will let you know. And basically, that's all we can say at the moment. So, going to be Carl Thomas and Rick Sawatsky. Loads of semi-finals in the pairing lanes. And, yep, all classes are at semi-finals. Obviously, some of those have run of set finals. So just having a look in the lanes, Nostalgia Superstock semi-finals are around the corner there. Super Gas are there, Junior Dragster are there. Super Comp is there as well. And there's obviously a few others that I can't see, but that's certainly ahead of the lanes at the moment. But we've got the second of the 950 bike semi-finals to come at you. Rich Sawatsky will be coming into the Auto Gloom lane. Here he comes. And going against Carl Thomas. .950 bike, semi-final, number 2, Carl Thomas, Rick Sawatsky. Rick looks over his shoulder, clicks it off, 960 for the win. Carl Thomas goes 972. Right, Lucas Oil's Junior Dragster semi-finals, and one side of that, it is a bye run for Purdy Hadfield. Dials in an 805. So straight to stage for Purdy. I think she meant to go that quickly in, but there we go. 05 light. I can say that because she's on her own. So 805 was the dial in. 808 was the run. Nice little package there, well done. Purdy into the final. But who will she be taking on? It's going to be Freddie Taylor or Luke Fulton. Freddie Taylor dialing in 7.92. Luke Fulton 8.15. And that one goes the way of Luke Fulton, 8.16 on 8.15 dial. Freddie Taylor goes 7.94 and a 92. But Luke with the better reaction time as well. He goes into the final against Purdy Hadfield. Nostalgia Superstock. Don Scott going to be taking on Stuart Thompson. And then we got Pete Dodd on a bye. Okay, so all semi-finalists are in the lanes, which is good news. So it is Nostalgia Superstock coming around the corner. And it is Don Scott and Stuart Thompson. This for a spot in the final. Class sponsored by NEM Plant. James Oliver, many thanks indeed, mate. Hope you're keeping well. We haven't seen him at the track this year yet. But a very busy man indeed. Sometimes work commitments and other commitments do have to take precedent. Let's have a look at the dial-ins then. 9.88 for Stuart Thompson, 9.65 for Don Scott. 0.23 of a second difference between them on the tree. And it's going to be the Yellow Duster leaving first. And it's game over for Kiwi. A big wheel stand off the line as well. He goes red. It's Don Scott into the final, regardless of what they run. 9.63 breakout for Don, but he's in the final. 9.96 for Stuart. It's Don in the final. Going to be racing this man, Pete Dodd, with the Metamorphosis Camaro. I think this is going to be Pete's first ever final. Dial-ins are 9.14. Ah, 9.14 with a 4.06 light. He's going to be a contender, that's for sure. Right, we move on to Super Comp semi-finals. Darryl Howes and Richard Tunstall. Be Fast R Super Comp. away there with a 901, and he got there first against a breakout for Darryl Howes, but Richard wired to the tree there, 0-4 light. Well done, Rich. Good weekend for Darryl Howes, took the #1 qualifier. Certainly enjoyed himself, that's for sure. Right, next up then, Steve Hudson and Leah Kellett. This is a repeat of the Festival of Power final. This time it's semi-finals at Springspeed. Steve Hudson had a perfect ET in the previous round, and he did that to Leah the Festival of Power. So Steve certainly got some form, but never ever count Leah Kellett out of any pairing. Should be a good one, this. Steve Hudson, Leah Kellett for a place in the final against Richard Tunstall. Oh, a breakout for Steve Hudson, 8.896. He had 400ths off the line as well, an 04 light to an 09, but the car just went that fraction too quick at the stripe. Leah Kellett is into the final. Tony Morris Carburettors Supergas semi-final. Andy Dibley is on a solo here. Going to make it 2 finals out of 2 is Dibs. He was runner-up at the Festival of Power, and he's going into the final here as well. Really helpful for his points situation. .987 with a 3, breaks out, doesn't matter. The other side of the ladder then, it is Tim Moore taking on Colin Morris. Don't forget, the winners do get the rather exclusive Tony Morris Carburettors caps that have been made for this season. Many thanks indeed to Tony and to Dave for their incredible support of the class. And they're certainly getting good publicity for it. Green light drag race between Tim Moore and Colin Morris. First of the top end wins, as long as they don't break out. The win light goes to Colin Morris. They both run 9.98, but Colin gets there first. So Colin Morris and Andy Dibley in the final. Super Pro ET semi-finals. Okay. Super Pro ET, Scott Hauser, Ron Bartlett. Darling's End, 7.43 for Scott, 8.24 for Ron. This for a spot in the final of Super Pro ET. And it's going to be Ron Bartlett as Scott Hauser goes red. I'll tell you what, Ron needs to leave that dial on her own. 8.19 as a breakout, but it doesn't matter when your opponent goes red. So Ron Bartlett is in the final, and he's going to be racing this man, Billy Gain. So Billy dials an 8.53. Set up for a cracking final with Ron Bartlett. And he goes 8.52 with a 4. Pro ET semi-finals then. And it is going to be 2 solos, unfortunately. Dan Holloway due to race Lee Huxley, but Lee did report, unfortunately, although he took the round win against Dave Cherrett, he's out with a bent valve. So unfortunately, Lee Huxley unable to make the call. So it's going to be Dan on a solo into the final. Commiserations, Lee. I know you've had a battling weekend, but taking it all the way through to the semis with all the transmission issues. Well done, lads. So Dan Holloway with the Rattler. 0-2 light. Light 16 was the ET. Going to be taking on this man, John Bean. He gets a solo here. That was a way the ladder worked out. He was on a genuine buy. And I do believe this is going to be John Bean's first final in Pro ET. Dan Holloway certainly used to finals, being Sportsman ET champion a couple of times. John Bean goes through with a 9.53 on a 54 dial-in. He's into the final. Right, ET Bikes, semi-finals. First up, it's Robbie Dobby taking on Jake Bowden. Robbie Dobby in the Autoglim lane, dialing in 10.2. Jake dialing in 12.45. Good race at the stripe. Double breakout, but Robbie Dobby breaks out by the least amount, 10.19 on a 10.20. So it is Robbie through to the final. We're going to be taking on this man then, Gary Hester. And he just breaks the beams. That's what he needed to do. Right, 4 classes to go to set finals, and then it is finals for all classes. .850 bikes, semi-finals then. J Road taking on Jonathan Hines. Number 1 and number 3 qualifiers. 16 bike field, all of them qualified in the 8s. And the win light goes to J Road, takes it 8.52 to a lose out 8.54. They both had 0.18 reaction times. So J Rowe is into the final. Other side of the ladder, Dan Dieth and Joe Elliott. Dan qualified 4, Joe 14. Doesn't matter about that anymore. It's all about the pairing in front of us here. Greens on both sides of the tree. So whoever gets to the strike first without going under 850 takes the win. And it goes to Oh, what a hole shot. Dan takes that one. He had a 0.6 light compared to Joe's 0.15. And 870 beats an 862. So that's all the bike final set. We've got Sportsman ET now. And it's the two Mustangs. One of them will be going through to the final, but which one? It's going to be Holly Walters or Felicity Gibbs. Holly dialing in 15.48. Felicity dialing in 17.17. Well, off goes Holly in pursuit of Felicity. So the dialing's in. Felicity 17.17, 15.48 for Holly. Very, very close at the stripe. The win light going to Holly Walters. Takes that one with a 15.51. Gets to lose out 17.17. So Holly Walters into the final. Going to be taking on the man that's just coming into the Kestrel beer lane. That's Gary Lake. He is on a bye run with the Arabian Night dials in the 14. .06 light. And at the quarter mile he goes 14.03 on a 14 dial. So he's booked his spot in the final. Right, VW Sportsman. It's the Craw Dog, John Crawford, taking on the number one qualifier, Phil Jones. The dial-ins then, 15.45 for Phil, but leaving first will be John Crawford, 15.80. 0.35 of a second difference on the tree. So John Crawford and Phil Jones, this for a spot in the final of VW Sportsman. And it's Phil Jones that takes that one, 15.62 against a loser, and it's a breakout, John Crawford. So well done to Phil into the final. Going to be taking on this man, Lawrence Clark with the Thunderbug. Lawrence dials in 13.62 here. It's a freebie. Gets 13.82. Right, the last class to set their finals, VW Pro. And tagging on to the back of this is Luke Stevenson. And now I can see Top Fuel Bike Final has made its way down already. Ed Keach and Graham Fairhead. Ed goes red. Oh, Ed. They both went red, actually, but Ed did it first. Handing the win to Graham Fairhead. Doesn't matter about the dial-ins anymore, but it was 11.98 and 11.30. 11.89 breakout. But Graham Fairhead is into the final. Runs 11.35 on an 11.30 dial. Right, Jacob Bailey and Phil Blogg. The Jetta are taking on the Caddy. It's 12.10. Dial in for Phil. 9.99 for Jacob. problems there for Phil. So Jacob, as long as you don't break out, he's got the win. They're telling him to slow down, and he has. 10.59 at 110. That is Jacob Bailey into the final of VW Pro. So that's all final set. Going to be Top Fuel Bike final up next. And then I think Luke will get his chance for a time trial run. I do have an update for you, actually, and Simon, if you want to listen in as well, with regards to Brett Cordell, who we saw come off the bike earlier on. He's been taken over to the medical centre. He's been checked out. This is one of those situations where Brett's going, yeah, I'm fine. I want to come back to the pits. I want to sort my stuff out. But the medical team's saying, nah, not so fast, Sonny Jim. So he's going to be checked out. He's going to be taken over to the hospital just to have a proper check-out. But basically, Brett says he's fine, but the medical crew want to make sure that he's fine. So it's a precautionary visit. Brett, all the best, mate. Nasty little incident. And I'm sure we will see him back at the track very, very soon indeed. So basically good news. It's a typical racer thing. They just want to get back and sort stuff out. But when the medical people tell you, no, you're not going to do that. We're not going to let you. You listen to the medical people. But Brett generally reckons he's okay. Right then, Top Fuel Bike. Steve Woollett and Neil Midgley. The final. Massive thanks to Banks Nightclub for supporting Top Fuel Bike. So Neil Midgley, Cannon Engineering on that incredible Top Fuel bike. As we all know, it is the quickest fuel bike in Europe. It's the second quickest fuel bike. Going alongside Steve Woollett with the dealer. Steve has had more experience than probably any other bike rider in Europe. Multiple champion, multiple event wins. The SPRC Awards, I said he had 14 championships, and he had to correct me. I think it's 19 he's had now. Just goes to show the experience and the level that Steve Woollett races at. Neil Midgley. Are we on course for another 5-second pass from him? This is the final of Top Fuel Bike. Well, Neil Midgley clicks it early, the parachute comes out, and it's 6.77 at 143 miles an hour. Issues for Steve on the run, it got off the line, but a 146 to 60 foot tells the story. Steve Woollett well and truly off the throttle by the 60 foot basically. Neil Midgley 101 to 60 foot, 398 at 183 at the 8th. And again, off the throttle way before the stripe, 6.77 at 143. So congratulations to Neil Midgley, taking the win in Top Fuel Bike. Right, so Luke Stevenson with the Dragster. Fresh from a monstrous PB in the previous round. Now Luke did come up to the tower, we had a little chat with him. And we understand, or we now understand, or however way you want to put it, what the issues were. And it was basically boost pressure. He was losing it on the second half of the run. But they seem to have got around that issue now. And that's why the Dragster really is going absolutely superbly. Yeah, I know. That's what they want. So Luke, then, he's not going to lift this time. He's going to take it all the way through. There is a target number, and that's all of the 8s. If he can do it, then it's a tattoo being booked for Paul Jackson. It's nice to have something on the side as well. So, come on, Luke, you can do this. Oh, any 8 would do, but 888 or better would be outstanding. 2.8 litre lump in the back of that car. $359, 562, 120. Oh, he's in the 8. Oh, so close to that 888. He's got an 891 at 147 miles an hour. A massive PB for Luke Stevenson. And oh, so close to that 888 that he really wanted. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Congratulations to the team. Right then, it's gathering of finalists now. And it will be a 20-minute break for our track crew and everybody else. So whilst we gather finalists, it will be a 20-minute break, and we'll be back with you with finals here at the Springspeed Nationals. Nitro FM, it's all yours. And here we go then. It is finals time here at the Springspeed Nationals. First class to come round, it will be the Wild Bunch. Bob Hawkins with the Time Traveller 2, and it's Pete Brown with Rebel. So coming round the corner, Bob Hawkins going into the Kestrel beer lane. Pete Brown with Rebel going into Waterglen. This is a dialing class. $18 finals to run for you then on 4 wheels and 2. And this is the first. Don't forget, we've already had Top Fuel Bike Final, won by Neil Midgley. Congratulations to Neil. And of course to Cannon Motorsports as well. The Darlings then, 685 for Bob Hawkins, 865 for Pete Brown. Got to say big thanks to Bob Hawkins' company Springbridge for sponsoring the Motorsports UK rounds of the Wild Bunch. So here we go then, the first final, and is the Wild Bunch final. The head start will be going to Pete Brown, but then Bob is quicker. It's going to be tight at the stripe, and it is Bob Hawkins that takes that 740 to a lose at 909. Oh, Rebel got a little bit out of shape there. Bob Hawkins takes the win. Congratulations to the Time Traveller 2 team. Right, Super Gas for Tony Morris carburetors, and the finalists are Andy Dibley. It's his second final of the year in only the second event. This time his opponent is Colin Morris. Well, it's a Camaro race yet again. The last one was all Camaros, but it was John Morton that took the win at the Festival of Power. Just waiting for the nod from the turnout crew at the top end. I'm just going to push them back a moment. Right, okay, we're good to go then. Super Gas, the final. Andy Dibley with the Magic Rat. He is in the Kestrel beer lane. Colin Morris, the Morris Boys Racing Camaro, are in the Auto Glim lane. First to the top end wins. As long as they don't go under 990. Green light drag race. Throttle stops release. The cars head off towards the finish line, side by side. Who's the bravest at the stripe? It's Colin Morris that takes it. 992 against a lose out 993. The Morris Boys back to winner's circle. Junior Drag Bike, your finalists, Lyra Humber and Casey Holgate. The Darlings end, 15.60 for Lyra, 18.3 for Casey. So Lyra Humber, she is in the Kestrel beer lane. Casey Holgate is an auto-glin. Casey has to be patient as Lyra will set off first. There she goes. So 15.6 plays 8.3, and it is 15.67 that takes the win there. Lyra Humber is your winner and takes that extra £100 bonus thanks to the additional support of Stu Crane, Suzuki Performance Spares, and Bobby Frazier. Awesome job. Right, Junior Dragster for Lucas Oils, your finalists, Luke Fulton and Purdy Hadfield. The Darlings, just a tenth of a second between them. Luke Fulton, 8.16 will be going first, and then a tenth later, Purdy's tree will run. Greens all the way. Purdy Hadfield, Luke Fulton, and it is Luke Fulton that takes it. Purdy Hadfield got there first and broke out. Luke Fulton, bang on the money, and it's Luke Fulton that takes the win. Purdy Hadfield had 500ths in the bag, but it is Luke Fulton, your winner. Good race. Hutchinson and Dibley, Sportsman ET, your finalists then. Gary Lake, Holly Walters. Holly dialing in 15.48, Gary Lake 14.05. Right, greens on both sides of the tree, so it's a race to the stripe without breaking out. 15.48 plays 14.05. As Gary Lake that takes the win there, 14.15 against a lose-out, 15.55. A tenth in the bag for Gary off the line. Better reaction times certainly helping him through to the win. Nostalgia Superstock with NEM Plant, your next class. Pete Dodd and Don Scott. Don dialing in 9.63. Pete 9.14. Once again, it's a race to the finish. And the win light goes to Pete Dodd. He takes his first ever event win. 9.18 on a 9.14. It was a breakout for Don Scott, and he got there second. Pete Dodd, 0.3 off the line. And the Metamorphosis Camaro is back in the winner's circle with Pete Dodd. Congratulations to him. ET Bike. Robbie Dobby and Gary Hester. So the green light drag race then between Robbie Dobby, who dials a 10.2, Gary Hester, who dials an 8.8. Oh, it's close at the stripe, and it is 9.14. Gary Hester takes it. Win margin 0.07. Robbie got there first, but broke out. And Gary Hester, your winner. Trackworks Comp Eliminator. Dan Williams and Spencer Tram. This is a repeat of the final from the Festival of Power. And it's 11.55 index for Spencer Tram, 10.61 index for Dan Williams. It doesn't matter. Whoever gets to the first, whoever gets to the top end first wins. Doesn't matter about going under your index, it's all about getting to the top end first. Off goes Spencer, off goes Dan. Oh, Dan taking the long way round, so Dan's really got to push hard here. Is it going to be 2 for 2 for Spencer? Is it going to be Dan Williams? It is Spencer Tram who takes it there. 10.94 against the lose-out 10.02. The win margin 0.9. Spencer Tram 0.1 off the line. Dan getting a little bit wayward off the launch there. That cost him a little bit on the ET, but it is Spencer Tram 2 for 2 then in Comp Eliminator. VW Sportsman. It's Phil Jones and Lawrence Clark, the Thunderbug, taking on the Dragon Wagon. Phil Jones will be leaving first, 15.45. Lawrence Clark, 13.62. And it's game over. Lawrence Clark goes red. So your number one qualifier takes it all the way through to the final and takes the win. Well done to Phil Jones. Let's see what he runs anyway. 15.45 was the target. 15.22 breakout. Doesn't matter. Phil Jones, the winner. VW Sportsman. On now to 950 bike. Rick Sawatsky taking on Dave Hall. They were number 1 and number 2 in the qualified order, and they meet in the final. Race to the stripe then, and the win goes to, it's a double breakout. Ritsowatsky breaks out by the lesser amount, 9.45 against a 9.43 for Dave Hall. Ritsowatsky, another event win. Modjestang Pro ET. Your finalists, Dan Holloway, John Bean. John's first final in Pro ET. Dan Holloway, well, it's his first final in Pro ET as well, because he comes to the world from Sportsman ET. He knows how to win events, though. Can he take this one? John Bean, 9.52. Dan Holloway, 9.1. The head start or the tree will run quicker for John Bean. 0.42 of a second. So it's a race to the stripe. And it's Dan Holloway that takes it at 9.24 against a loser at 9.60. Dan Holloway, congratulations to your event winner. Neither of them were stellar off the line, but making sure they didn't go red. VW Pro. Graham Fairhead, Jacob Bailey. 11.3 plays 9.99. All right, Jacob piling on the coals. Can he get past Graham at the stripe? Going to be a tight one. Ah, no, look at that. Perfect ET from Graham Fairhead in the final. He dialed in 11.3, went 11.3002. Jacob Bailey loses out with a 10.22, but perfect ET from Graham. You can't do any better than that in the final. Both of them had 0.4 likes. Combike. Sean Buttigieg should have been alongside Graham Dance, but no sign of Graham, so it's down to Sean. Now that he's got his Combike ET and speed record to back up here, he went 6.64 at 219. Can he get within 1% of either of them? If he does, he's going to set a new record for ACU. 118 to 60 foot. Looking very good indeed. Let's have a look at the numbers. 673, 198 miles an hour. It's not enough for a speed record. We're working out the ET. 673 went 664. I don't think it's got it. He's got the ET record at 664, but he hasn't got the speed record. Congratulations to Sean. Super Pro ET for the Pete Dean Memorial Trophy. We've got 5 finals to go. Ron Bartlett and Billy Gain, the 2 men standing at the end of eliminations. Billy got past Callum Swinchat in round 1. He got past Bob Doyle in round 2. Then he got past Colin Morris. He had a bye into the final. Ron Bartlett got past Daniel Giles in round 1. He got past Joe Kellett in round 2. He had a bye in round 3 and got past Scott Hauser in the semis. But here we go, the final then. 8.19 for Ron, the dial-in. 8.52 for Billy. Going to be a super close final. Well, this looks like it's Billy all the way. It is 8.53 on a 52 and a 0.7 light. Ron Bartlett goes 8.20 on a 19. Oh, so close for both of them. They're both 100th off, but Ron's car did rock out of stage and then back in again. But what a final. Both of them 100th off. Great racing between the two of them. But your winner was Billy Gain. 4 to go. Super Street Bike for Taylor's Trophy. Steve Venables taking on Jake Michelle. Jake, an outstanding 6.87 in his semi-final. Ven went 6.83. This could be a cracker of a final. Well, Jake Michelle is out in front. Ven's closing him in. Oh, it's a super final. It's Jake Michelle who takes it. Identical ETs in the final. A 6.87 with a 2 from Jake. Beats a 6.87 with a 3 for Steve Venables. Jake Michelle takes the final. Oh, what a final. And what a time to run 2 6.87s. Outstanding from Jake Michelle. Congratulations to him. Okay, 3 classes to go. This is Super Comp. Leah Kellett taking on Richard Tunstall. Oh, and the timing system reboot. Oh, it's picked its moment there. 3 races to go. We've got this. We've got Funny Bike and we've got 850 Bike. So Richard Tunstall then with the Roadster taking on the Dragster of Leah Kellett. 8.90. They've both been running 892s this weekend so far. But can Richard take his first ever event win? Leah Kellett, multiple champion, stands in his way. Both away well. It's a battle to the stripe. It's a close one. It is Richard Tunstall that takes it. It's a breakout for Leah Kellett. Richard Tunstall takes the win with an 8.94. It's an 8.89 for Dolly Daydream. And, well, it's the first ever win for Richard Tunstall. That's actually going to be quite emotional for Rich and the team. But congratulations to them. Right, 850 Bike. J. Rowe, Dan Death, Oh, looking at each other at the stripe, and it is J Rowe that takes it. 861, a lose out 890 for Dan. J Rowe is your winner. The last final of the day, and it is Funny Bike. Louis Davis taking on Dave Peters. It's the Wicked Wench taking on the Rigaboot Express. Well, Louis went in the 7.0s in the semis. It does have the performance advantage, but the bike's cut out. So just get the starter. So the last final then, Louis Davis, Dave Peters. Oh, Louis' bike's coughing and spluttering. It's Dave Peters that takes it there. 7.31 at 188. Louis Davis was ahead pretty much everywhere else on the track. But 8.17 at 108, the bike couldn't hold it together there. So it is Dave Peters that takes the win in Funny Bike. Right, folks, that is a wrap. The Springspeed Nationals are done. Thank you ever so much indeed, everybody, for staying with us this weekend. 3 days of good track action, despite yesterday only getting run around of qualifying in. The weather had other ideas, but we got the job done. Well done indeed to our track crew. You are awesome, as always. You spectators are awesome. Thank you so much indeed for joining us this bank holiday weekend. To everybody in the tower, everybody on site, our medical teams, signing on, Kathy down there. Busy weekend for her, I know. And Eurotracks.com, thank you very much indeed. And of course to Nitro FM 96.2, always there when we need them. Going to sign off from the tower. Trophy presentations will take place down on the start line in about 20 minutes to half an hour. Don't forget, we need all finalists down there for that one. We will see you in a few weeks' time. The next round of championship racing is actually going to be the main event at the end of May, but weekend before that, it is the Door Slammers. And we do have some busy weekends coming up before that as well. So we're going to sign off the tower. If you want to hang around for trophies, that'll be about half an hour, 20 minutes to half an hour on the start line. Thanks once again, everybody, and we will see you soon. Cheers, Dave. Thanks very much indeed.